need to protect children or other factors involving the safety of participants in the judicial proceeding, and any other factors that I deem as a court to be important in the circumstances of the case. The court will say for purposes of record that there have been numerous threats and other to various parties and witnesses and victims in this case, and that the order as granted or suggested balances the public right to be to an open courtroom and be able to see the proceedings, and is flexible enough for me to for the court to go ahead and to fashion any additional remedies without closing the courtroom in its entirety. So at this point, does anybody wish to be heard? Ms. Gaither, anything, madam? Okay, other than this in the proposed order?
Correct.
And you're okay with the proposed order?
We are. We feel the proposed order allows on an individualized basis if there's an issue to raise it with the court, so we are.
Okay. All right. Yes, Mr. Weinstein.
Yeah, because the proposed order permits us to object to particular witnesses that are identified by the state, we don't oppose this order. Of course, under the order, we do retain the right to make objections as they come up.
Yes, sir. I would expect no less. Okay. All right, Mr. Weinstein. Anybody else? Yes, Mr. Harvey.
I just want to make sure that the understanding, and I don't know whether it's in the last order, the understanding includes in case of the proposed list of witnesses by it was Friday or noon on Saturday, so that we have an opportunity first on Mondays to come in and make our defendant's objections. Is that correct, Mr. Weinstein?
Excuse me. Yeah, we requested that a specific time and date be put in when we received the state's notice of what witnesses that they were going to list under this order. The state, I would say, refused to put in a specific time, saying that they had consistently provided us with those names on Friday. However, as you can see just from this past weekend, we did not receive the list until Sunday night. We just request, even though it's not in the order, that they provide us with the list in time so that we could respond and make any objections prior to court on Monday, so the court would be well aware and it wouldn't be sprung on the court at the last moment.
Okay. It appears that paragraph 1 indicates to address security concerns expressed by certain trial witnesses in this case, counsel for the state and counsel for immediate interveners shall consult with one another on a weekly basis to discuss the manner in which the testimony of the state's anticipated witnesses shall be recorded under Rule 22. I'm going to designate, since I'm a time-driven dude, that this needs to occur no later than Friday at 5 o'clock. Okay, Ms. Hilton and Mr. Yelski and the state team, you all should be able to provide that, because what that does is it will allow anybody else to include your colleagues across the bar to then over the weekend at least kind of postulate. You all can resolve that, or I can take it up on Monday morning. So I will add that to that paragraph, or just say that you all, Mr. Yelski, you should add that.
Can we add the defendants to that paragraph?
No, sir. It says consult with counsel for the state, counsel for the media, so account with each other. You're supposed to get that. This is just a deal with Rule 22.
I understand that, but there is a Sixth Amendment component behind this, which is why I request that we be consulted as well.
Your Honor, we're given the opportunity to object, so it would make sense in keeping the language parallel throughout the order that we also receive that list at the same time as the media interveners.
Okay.
Because we do have the right to object.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I'm going to modify paragraph 1 as follows. To address security concerns expressed by certain trial witnesses in the case, counsel for the state, counsel for the defendants, and counsel for the media interveners shall consult with one another on a weekly basis to determine the manner in which the testimony of the state's anticipated witnesses shall be recorded under Rule 22. This shall occur by 5 p.m. on Fridays. And then the rest of it reads, for any specific witnesses for whom there are legitimate security concerns that can be substantiated by the witnesses or the state, the witnesses or the state may request that only the audio of their testimony be recorded. In addition to, for any specific alleged victims for whom there are legitimate security concerns that can be substantiated by the alleged victim of the state, the alleged victim of the state may request during the limited period of the live stream of such person's testimony, such person's identity to include such person's first and last name be temporarily obscured or redacted in said live stream, and that person's first and last initials only be live streamed during the limited pendency of such person's testimony. If the media interveners or any defendant objects to the witnesses, the alleged victims or state's request, media interveners or any objecting defendant shall be required to bring their objection to the attention of the court promptly for resolution prior to such witnesses or alleged victims' testimony. If neither media interveners nor defendant raises an objection to the witness, the alleged victim, or the state's request, or if such objection is overruled, the pool, video camera, and all authorized users of other cameras in the courtroom shall be instructed by the court that video or still photographic images of the witness cannot be taken while the witness is in the courtroom, or in the case of alleged victims, that person's first and last initials, only be live streamed during the limited pendency of such person's testimony, provided, however, that the live streaming or subsequent publication of recordings in which counsel, the court, or witnesses refers to alleged victims by name shall be not attributable to the media interveners as a violation of the terms of this order. In the event that a media organization streams the pool video of the trial, in this case, in conjunction with a live chat containing comments of online observers, such media organization shall undertake a good faith effort to remove from such chat any threatening commentary about witnesses, as well as any commentary providing identifying information regarding the witnesses, including but not limited to their purported address, phone number, current and former employer, or other sensitive personal identifiable information. 3, nothing in this order shall limit the right of the media to report on information that has already been publicly disclosed in these proceedings and is disclosed during the course of the trial or is otherwise made a matter of public record. 4, except as specifically set forth therein, nothing in this order shall limit the right of the media to record any portion of the trial of this case consistent with any Rule 22 order that has been or may enter by this court. So, Mr. Yahelski, can you make those changes? Are there any other changes I need to address?
No, on behalf of the media council, I just spoke this morning with Ms. Cuniff, and I'll do this, and I just want to propose this on the record on his behalf. With respect to paragraph 2, we want that to apply to those who are deemed special circumstances witnesses. We don't want them exerting tons of manpower monitoring every chat for every single witness. So that limitation was proposed by media council. Yeah.
Thank you.
One additional change that the state and media have agreed on just as of recently was with respect to paragraph 2, in the interest that the media interveners, don't have to exert a lot of manpower monitoring all the chat for every single witness in this trial. We would suggest putting in language that paragraph 2 applies to those who have been properly deemed special circumstances witnesses only.
Okay, what is a special circumstance witness?
Either, a victim whose initials only are live streamed, or a witness with, special circumstances such as like a law enforcement officer undercover or someone, any witness who has a legitimate request, to be audio only, not video. Basically the two categories of protected sort of witnesses designated under this order.
You'll need to define that in order. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. That's what's going to be added.
And then
I don't have an issue with it, but it needs to be defined so everybody looking at the order knows what it means.
that'll be fine. That'll be fine. And the one
Sir, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right.
The one other request was for, we had the defendant's sort of right to object. We would like to put in there that, and I think Mr. Weinstein suggested this time, but a 9 a.m. deadline for them to be objections based on them receiving the distribution.
Well, that's assuming y'all give it to them by Friday at 5.
Well, that's exactly.
It's not aspirational.
Neither one is. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I just want you to remember that. What's good for the goose, good for the gander. If you don't give it to them by Friday at 5, then they can't expect to be enforced by Monday at 9.
That's agreeable. Understood.
So if you put that in there, I reserve the right to change or modify the time period. So, or at least for the objection to be heard. So say, for example, you don't give it to them by Friday, I got to give them an opportunity to respond to it. So I may give them a couple of days. So,
Sure.
okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
And just to clarify, Your Honor, that's going to be Monday morning, 9 a.m., correct? Right? Okay. Thank you.
All right. Yes, add that as well. So can you make those changes right now and send them to council, please?
Yes, sir.
I think we'll have a few minutes because I don't believe jurors are all here. Ms. Gaither, anything else, madam? That report or do you have any further objection to anything that the state has or the defendants have raised thus far?
Do not, Your Honor.
Okay. Anybody else from the defense?
Your Honor, one other housekeeping matter is separate from.
Oh, if you give a mouse a cookie,
What's the other part of that?
he'll take some more. That's right. So
here we are.
Right.
So this is just housekeeping, just as a matter of observation from watching, and I want to thank the press for their great coverage, but watching the coverage, the way that the camera is set up, you can hear a pin drop on the state's table a lot of times. And there's a lot of sort of discussion that happens at the state's table. And so that we're not just complaining with no solution in mind. We would sort of ask that we explore the option that maybe like the camera be sort of centered a little bit more to where it's not like picking up every single whisper. I mean, you can hear anything the state's attorneys are saying over here. And it's really not the case for any other parties in this proceeding. So I just wanted to put that on the record that we had a concern about.
I'll let you work on that, okay? But I'm not included put in order at this point, okay? Because I can't control everything. That's more a media camera pick. I know that they don't, even though they could see what you're doing on your table, they don't. But if it becomes a problem, I'll certainly address it. But that's something you can talk with Ms. Gaither and the fine camera folks here, okay?
All right.
Okay. All right. So, folks, we're just going to recess in place until I get the approval that all of our jurors have arrived, and then we'll go ahead and get started. Okay. All right. Good morning, Mr. Matthew Jr. All right. All right.
We said evening, we haven't heard anything, but we did circulate that yesterday evening, Your Honor.
All right. It's consistent with the court's directive yesterday.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right, we're going to be in recess until our jurors are notified that they're here. to wait?
Yeah, I was asking if I could step out and get the other people.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. All right, sorry, name, do you have everybody, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can we summon the investigator Belknap, please?
So sorry, you make it. You got your keys? Thank you.
All right, Sergeant, summon our jurors, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, good morning. Good morning. All right, we had a little bit of a technology delay, so with some issues with Zoom, so that's the reason for our delay. We're going to go ahead and get started. And just to give you anticipated, we're going to work till probably around a little after 12, and then we'll recess for lunch at that point in time, okay? All right. Investigator Belknap, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
All right, and you are still on the road, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, you may continue with your examination, Mr. Steele.
May I, Your Honor?
You may, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning, sir. Good morning. When we stopped yesterday, we were in the middle of what I'm calling State's Exhibit Number 1, which I think is accurate. And the purpose of this is just to, it's been so long, just to educate the jury that you're not giving them the law. You're not trying to give them the law, correct? I am not. And as far as when you had Jeffrey Williams' picture, and they saw it yesterday in your exhibit, in your PowerPoint, I guess, with the red bandana and talked about colors, you weren't trying to tell the jurors that Mr. Williams only wears red or doesn't wear other colors. You made it clear that he wears whatever he wants, I guess, just like I would. Is that fair to say?
Yes, the purpose of that photo wasn't to say that he doesn't wear other colors.
All right. Now, the rest of the State's Exhibit Number 1, Mr. District Attorney, are you going to help us?
We are, well, I'm working on one and two.
Take your time. Take your time.
Thank you.
We will come back to that just for the interest of time, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's do this. Let's go to tweets. Is that okay? You can get on? Okay. Let's go to the tweets that were introduced with the state, okay?
Yes, sir.
By you. With the court's permission, can Mr. Kokomo display the tweets, Your Honor? They're already in evidence.
What exhibit number, sir?
There are multiple. Let me get it. We start with the court's permission, State's Exhibit 21W.
It's already been admitted in evidence?
That's my understanding, yes, sir. And, Your Honor, this is 21W consecutively through State's 50W.
All right, sir. It's been admitted. You may publish the juicy figures, identify them.
Okay. So just to refresh your memory, Mr. Kokomo is going to put up individually, and I'll announce for the record for the jurors which state exhibit. We're going to go through all of the Twitter that you put in, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. And the ones that we did already, I'm just going to mention. If I'm wrong, just tell us.
Please disable the sharing.
You want to talk to me?
Yeah. Judge, I didn't see Mr. Kearns. It looks like the Zoom is disabled for sharing. You might need to boot it back up, if that's the right term.
And you know what? We'll come back to this. Sounds like we cannot get the technology going. All right.
Authorize right now.
Okay. Let me ask you this.
Share with everybody down here.
Do you know that it is, my word is commonplace in the hip hop or rap music arena that artists commonly substitute a B for a C, for instance? Are you aware of that?
Objection, speculation.
I say objection.
Okay, don't speculate. Are you aware of rap music where there are songs not involving Mr. Williams where the C is exchanged for a B?
I am aware of songs not involving Mr. Williams where the C is replaced for a B.
And this is widely done, and I don't know what widely means, let me change that. This is something that is done by known artists. Is that fair to say?
Yes, it has been done by some known artists.
Including, and I'm not limiting it to, but Post Malone. Do you know who Post Malone is?
I know who he is.
Have you heard him do that?
I have not.
Okay. Meek Mill, you know who that artist is?
I do.
Have you know that?
No, sir.
Are you familiar with the song Jumped Out the Face by Meek Mill?
I'm not.
And Post Malone, you are familiar with the song Psycho?
No.
Are you familiar with Juice WRLD?
I know who he is.
Are you familiar with, instead of cooling, booling, B-O-O-L-I-N? You familiar with that song?
I'm not.
Okay. Trippie Redd, you know who that is?
I know of him.
And do you know the song Bust Down, again, booling rather than cooling?
No, sir.
Playboy Cardi, you know who that is?
I do.
The song, and I'm not going to say it, but Cash, S-H-I blank. You familiar with that?
I'm not.
Okay. Lil Yachty, you know who that is?
I do.
The song 66, booling is used instead of cooling. You familiar with that?
No, sir.
Lil Wayne, as I said, are you familiar with that song?
I may have heard it, but I don't know all the lyrics.
All right. Are you familiar with that song? It is booling instead of cooling, for example.
No, but no reason to dispute it.
All right. Little Uzi Vert, you know who that rapper is?
I do.
You know the song got that song?
I don't.
Excuse me. Booling instead of cooling. Okay. Ruby Rose, you know the rapper?
I don't.
Okay. YWN Melly, you know that rapper?
I do.
The song Till the End?
I don't.
All right. How about the word crazy? It starts with a C instead of that brazy. Have you heard rappers change that? Not Mr. Williams, excluding Mr. Williams.
I have.
All right. A$AP Rocky, you know the song Crazy Brazy.
I don't know if I've heard that song or not.
All right. YG, Still Brazy. You know that song?
I don't.
Future, you know who that is?
I do.
Absolutely Going Brazy, you know that?
I'm not familiar with the song.
All right. Little Wayne song Only, same lyric change.
I don't know that I've ever heard it.
All right. Kendrick Lamar, you know who that is?
I do.
You know the song My Hood Going Brazy?
I don't know if I've ever heard that one.
Okay. The Weeknd, song Snow Child.
I'm not familiar with it.
All right. Travis Scott, you know who that is?
I do.
Did you realize he just played on the Grammys this past weekend?
Same question.
You know the song Coordinate?
I'm sorry?
Coordinate?
No.
The lyric Brazy. All right. Offset, you ever hear them?
Yes.
Red Room, Brazy again, and the like.
Okay.
Also words like kicking, you ever hear bricking?
Bricking, no. Bicking, yes.
Say it one more time.
Bicking, yes.
All right. And then Bompton instead of Compton, the city.
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. And then Biddy instead of city.
Yes.
All right. So this is something that you're familiar with, which is common to exchange the letters in this type of field of music. Is that fair to say?
Objection, speculation as to comment.
I sustain the objection.
All right. Let me ask you this. You had the pleasure for the last, you remind me, I say 15 years to be working with the City of Atlanta Police Department and the gang unit. Is that fair to say?
It is.
And you've had the pleasure of working alongside other people assigned to that unit. Is that fair to say?
Certainly.
And some of these people may be retired, but if you allow me to just go through a few of them, I'd like to talk about them. You work closely with a gentleman who may be retired now, former detective, I guess, or retired detective Dennis, Tyrone Dennis. Is that fair to say?
I did. He's retired now, but we did work together.
And he was thought of, and if I'm wrong, just tell me, like a mentor to you and the others. Is that fair to say in the gang unit?
No, we work closely together. We're colleagues, and I have a great deal of respect for Ty Dennis, but I wouldn't say that he had a mentoring role for me.
That's fine. And when did he, if you know, join the gang unit of the Atlanta Police Department? If there was a gang unit, by the way.
There was, and I believe, I don't know, I'm going to have to approximate, but I believe 2012 or 13. It might have been before that.
Okay, so
I don't recall the exact year, so I forgive me for guessing. I don't recall what
that would be after you, though.
Yes.
Okay, I didn't realize it. Thank you. Okay, and you work closely with him, fair to say? At the time, like before he retired, obviously.
I worked as closely with him as I did with the rest of the unit, sure.
Shared ideas.
At times.
Thoughts on cases and theories.
Sure.
Same questions about, I believe she's also retired. Detective Gaither, is that fair to say she's retired?
She is retired as a sergeant, but she was, we were assigned together to the gang unit both as officers, as detectives, and then she was a sergeant as well.
And excluding the word mentor, unless she was, same close relationship, working relationship?
Certainly.
All right. And same as, and I think she's still there, Detective Underwood?
Yes.
And same type of relationship. You work together, you see things similarly, share ideas.
Well, there are several layers in there. I don't think for any of us we always see things similarly, but we certainly work cases together and share ideas.
And you go to the same training classes, similar training classes, I guess?
No, there's a variety of training out there, and we've been to different training. Some of the training may overlap or be similar, but no, certainly not all.
And when you go to different training sessions, you'll share that information with your coworkers. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, to the extent that it's necessary and we can, sure.
And then there's an investigator, more recent investigator, Viverito. Is that accurate?
Is what accurate?
She's in your gang unit now?
Yes.
Okay. And same with her. When did she come to the gang unit?
It was, I guess, was it last calendar year when she came back over to the Atlanta Police Department?
That's fine. Within the last year or two. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Okay. And you work with her the same, similar, I know it's not as long, but as these other people. Is that fair to say?
We've worked together in a variety of capacities over a fairly long period of time.
All right. I want to ask you, on this case, have you worked with those 4 other people? So it's investigator Viverito, former Sergeant or retired Sergeant Gaither, retired Detective Dennis, and maybe Detective Underwood. Have you spoken with them about this case?
When you say this case, this case is made up of a variety.
On this case?
Well, what you're calling this case as far as this indictment, I mean, it's again a collection of a number of things.
All right. Now, part of this indictment is music or lyrics. Is that fair to say?
I don't know that I would characterize it that way. I think that music or lyrics have been used as part of the overt acts in this. I don't know that I don't know what you're calling part of the indictment.
Okay, well, let me ask you this way. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how many cases you've investigated where a person's profession or art as let's say, an author, a novelist, the person who writes a book. How many times have you done a case where you use that person's art in the trial?
I haven't had any cases involving an author where their written works were part of the evidence in our trial.
How about the movie actor or a writer of a script? Tell the jurors how many times you use their art in the movie or the writer's words in a trial or an investigation. Doesn't have to be a trial.
I haven't had any investigations that involved a movie. What did you ask? I'm sorry.
Who writes a movie or acts in a movie?
I've had no cases involving someone who's written a movie script or has acted in a movie.
How about an investigation where there was a musical artist and their art outside of hip hop or rap? So let's say country. How many people who perform country music have you ever investigated for and included their lyrics?
Well, I haven't investigated any country music artists for criminal activity.
Okay. Opera? Anybody?
I've investigated no opera artists.
All right. Rock and roll?
I don't believe I've investigated any rock artists.
Popular music? Pop music?
Nope, I don't believe I have any cases that have involved any pop music artists either.
But you testified, I believe it was on direct examination, that you've had several cases where a person who performs hip hop or rap music that you have investigated their lyrics, or their lyrics came up in your investigation. That's probably a better way to say it. Is that true?
Yeah, I think that's a fair way to put it.
Now, Jeffrey, if you don't know, just say I don't know. He was born and raised in Jonesboro South until about when it was ripped down in 2007. Does that sound right? And if you don't know, just say I don't know.
I do know, and that does sound right.
All right. And then his family was displaced, but eventually, short time later, he wound up living in the Cleveland Avenue area. Is that fair to say?
I believe so, yes.
Tell the jurors what year Jeffrey no longer lived in the Cleveland Avenue area.
I don't know what year he moved away from Cleveland Avenue.
Tell the jurors what years that Jeffrey moved out of the state of Georgia and was living outside the state.
I don't know what years he was living outside of the state of Georgia.
I don't mean to be rude. Just give me 1 second, okay? Sure. You ready? Okay. Let's go back to I got a thumbs up. Your Honor, can we go back to the Kokomo assisting with State's Exhibit number 21W, if that's okay?
You may.
Thank you. Okay, on the screen was we just lost it. Okay, on the screen, that is State's Exhibit 21W.
And that's not what I have as 21W.
Well, I was about to say,
I'm sorry.
what I did was because they're not the same dates, you should have two tweets on one page. Is that fair to say?
It is.
Okay. So what I did was I separated it just because they're not consistent tweets. They're not together. They're different dates. So make it easier if that's okay.
Understood.
All right. So this is,
The state would have to use the actual exhibit 21, he can point out.
I'll direct that, Mr. Steele, just to keep things consistent and for that to be shown. So I'll directly do that.
okay. Want to help me?
I can definitely help you.
We're going to have to
Right now. That's all right. Do description of the exhibits. Understood.
It looks like we're at a pause again. So let's just go keep the use of the time. I want to ask you some questions while they're working this out.
Yes, sir.
Then I promise you we'll go back to the tweets. You explained that this is a large investigation. Is that fair to say?
Sure.
And do you know that there were wiretaps used in this case? Are you
I do.
familiar with that? Tell the ladies and gentlemen jury what a wiretap is, if you don't mind.
So a wiretap, and the way that we're using it, is a court-ordered monitoring of an electronic source, typically a telephone line. But again, it's court-ordered and it's surveilled electronically, and the calls can be monitored and potentially recorded for evidence.
And when the authorities, the district attorney's office and its team, the police, the federal authorities, whomever, when they decide on a wiretap and ask the court to do that, that's done between the parties and the courts so that other people don't know, it's secret, right?
Objection, Your Honor, improper question.
I'll sustain the objection, sir.
The whole point of a wiretap is that the person targeted doesn't realize that their phone is being listened to. Is that fair to say?
I would not say that's the whole point of a wiretap, but that's certainly an important element of it.
Well, that's important because if the person knew that they were being recorded or listened to, they may be guarded in what they say. Is that true?
They certainly could be.
So one point is to gather information, but another point is to get as pure as can the conversations, the topics of conversations that the person who's being targeted, their phone's being targeted, is happening. Is that fair to say?
No, I would disagree with that. That characteristic. I mean, the point of a wiretap is to gather evidence, not just information and not just to listen to someone's conversations. The wiretap affidavits are written about specific criminal activity being investigated. And the purpose of it, and again, as I've said, is to gather evidence to further that investigation.
Now, when you did this investigation, when I say you, I'm including your teammates, district attorney's office, co-workers, etc. You or your teammates chose whose telephones to target. Is that fair to say?
I'm going to say objection, Your Honor, the characteristic of teammates.
I'll sustain the objection.
The authorities, the prosecution team, targeted certain phones. True?
I don't know what you're defining as the prosecution team, but I also wasn't the person who made the decision of what phones to target. And so I'm not really familiar with the process or decision-making aspect of that investigation.
Do you know whose telephones were targeted in this case, wiretap-wise?
I do.
Okay, and tell the jurors who.
Antonio Sumlin and Meghann Garlington.
And can you give their nicknames, if you don't mind, and go one at a time?
Antonio Sumlin went by Obama, and Meghann Garlington by D.
Would it also be Little D?
Could be Little D as well.
Okay. And this investigation looked into Jeffrey Williams a great deal. Is that fair to say?
I would not characterize it as saying we looked into Jeffrey Williams a great deal.
But the decision was made by whomever that Jeffrey Williams' phone was not wiretapped. You realize that?
Objection, I respectfully.
I stand in objection.
Do you have any information that Jeffrey Williams' telephone or telephones were wiretapped?
I do not.
Now, a wiretap could, in different circumstances, produce a lot of information. True? I say information, but a lot of evidence, good or bad.
Okay, what's the question?
That's why it's done. A wiretap could be a fertile ground for information that's relevant to an investigation. True?
Yeah, I don't know that I would say it could be fertile ground. Wiretaps are, of course, conducted because they're believed to be a tool that may produce evidence in a case.
Another way to gather evidence when investigating someone is to have a person call that target. In this case, let's say Jeffrey Williams. Call Jeffrey Williams while the police monitor or record that conversation with the permission of the person who's making the call. Is that fair to say?
It is fair to say that that is possible, yes.
Is there a reason, Mr. Kenneth Copeland, you know who he is?
I do.
In fact, I believe you've arrested him. Is that true?
I have.
Is there a reason, and Kenneth Copeland, quote unquote, cooperated with the authorities at one point. Is that fair?
I mean, I would have to have you define cooperation a little bit more, but yeah, I think it's fair to say.
Is there a reason that when Kenneth Copeland offered to call Mr. Jeffrey Williams, the police said no?
Objection to the facts I have.
I stand in objection.
Is there a reason the police did not ask Kenneth Copeland to call Jeffrey Williams, record the call when Jeffrey Williams would not know it's being recorded by police?
Objection against assuming facts I
I
have.
stand in objection.
All right. You have it up? Okay. Thank you, sir. Yeah. Okay, so I'd like to go over with you the tweets like we said a couple of days ago. And we're just going to have to go back and forth because I don't believe, actually you do have everything I gave you a couple of weeks ago. I'll do it with Mr. Coco. All right, so is this fair to say this is 21W?
Yes, sir.
And we're going to take them one at a time, but 21W at the top, and the jurors can take note of it, of what it says. And then at the bottom, we're going to do that second. And I will make sure the jurors know it's at the bottom of 21W, okay?
Okay.
But I want to put these in context if I can. So I think you're going to have to give it back to Mr. Coco.
Okay. What exhibit is Mr. Kokomo putting up?
It's in order.
Which exhibit?
What exhibit number? I haven't been in.
Yeah, I think it's 60. Well, maybe that's wrong. 60, Your Honor.
Well, I don't believe defense exhibit 60 has been admitted. State check.
They could object. This is put in the context of the rule of completeness.
You talking about 60 whiskey?
Yes, no.
About videotape?
No, this would be Mr. Williams, number 60, dated today.
The late, I think the latest Williams exhibit I have, Christine, correct me if I'm wrong, is defendant Williams 45.
We're going to fill them all in.
Very well. So what are you labeling it as?
60. I have other ones that will be used.
Have you shown it to the state?
Yes.
No, Your Honor, not specifically 60W. He's given us a packet, and we do not know what 60 Williams is, Your Honor. Your Honor, I don't know which order he's referring to. He's given us a packet.
Mr. Copeland, can you approach the podium and show those to State's Counsel, please?
Have it on your thumb drive and email.
Are you going through 46 through 60? Is that what you're doing?
No, those are filled in with other things that I'll get to later in the trial.
So which ones are you going through right now so the state can look at those?
60, and they have it all in order. It just goes
60 and what?
60, then 61, 62, 63, all the way up until we finish.
Well, okay, all right, tell me the numbers so that I'll have a complete version of what tweets you're showing. Yeah. 60 through what?
I believe it is 90, Your Honor.
So defendant Williams, 60 through 90?
That's my belief. Yes, sir.
I'll go down with you. Those need to be shown to the state if they haven't done so already.
They have been, sir.
And Your Honor, just for clarity, is each page, I have a 34-page document. Is each page a separate exhibit because they're not labeled? It's just a packet. So it's page 160, page 261. If we can get some clarity as to what the exhibit numbers are, so we can object accordingly.
Ladies and gentlemen, how about we take just a brief comfort break, and I can sort this out with counsel and then let you know where we're going to head from there. Okay? So we'll be in recess about 10 minutes or so. I'll inquire or send word into you. All right. All rise. We're in recess. Detective Belknap, I'll excuse you if you wouldn't mind. About 10 minutes at least, sir. And then counsels, I'm going to let you all kind of look at those exhibits, okay? All right. We'll be in recess.
sorry.
Numbers 3360, is that what you're talking?
So the numbers are not 30 through 60. The numbers appears it's going to be 60 through 76, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. I thought it was 60 through 90. I'm sorry.
No,
Actually, 60 through what?
76.
Okay.
And they are in the process of printing it out and labeling each page that we've identified with the corresponding defense exhibit number.
Okay.
And once that's completed, then we will have, now that we know what the exhibits are, we can properly give the objections that we will have to each of these exhibits.
All right, now. You all let me know when you're ready. But I will have to take a hard stop at about 5 or 10 after 12. To attend to some court-related business. So, that's when we'll take our lunch, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
looking at the tweets.
Or identifying the tweets.
I think you told me,
Defendant Williams, 60 whiskey through 76 whiskey.
Your Honor, I believe all the exhibits are labeled and the state has an objection to each and every last one of them. Now that they have been labeled, now we can properly object to these as these tweets being entered into evidence. And I think it's going to take longer than the 5 minutes that you need to leave, since you have to leave at 12:05. And so we will be prepared to argue once we return. Now that they are labeled, we can move forward, but we do believe it'll take longer than 12:05.
Okay. I'm going to summon our jurors, and then we'll be in recess until 1:30, and then I'll see how these tweets, the admission of the tweets, it goes. And if it's going to take any length of time, I may reserve the right to dismiss our jury at this point in time. So that's what the court's plan is at this point in time. Okay. Deputy Ham, if you'll go ahead and summon our jurors, please. If you could invite Investigator Belknap to rejoin us, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had a extended delay, and I've told you that we can't a lot of times script these things. So I'm going to ask for your patience a little bit longer. So what I'd like to do, ladies and gentlemen, is to go ahead and just release you for lunch at this point in time. Have you come back for 1:30, and I'll just be candid up front. There's some more work that we may need to do, and depending upon the length of that, I may reserve the right to just go ahead and recess you for the afternoon. So I want you to just put that on your radar, so that you'll know that's what happens. I told you up front, okay? Not trying to play hide the ball with you, but I'm trying to let you know as much as I know, okay? All right. So again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. So I'm going to excuse you for lunch. Remember my admonitions that I've given you and will continue to give you that still apply to you. And Investigator Belknap, if you'll return with us at 1:30, don't discuss testimony of anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, with that, enjoy your lunch. We'll see you back at 1:30, okay? All rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, councils, see you back at 1:30, and then we'll see where our afternoon leads us based on how our tweets are going, okay? All right, so with that, we're in recess.
Jury presence counted for.
All right, thank you, Sergeant. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, Ms. Hilton, call your next witness, please.
So I have this time to state calls,
I wasn't talking to you, Mr. Brown, but since now you're up, all right, okay, all right. Mr. Brown, call your next witness, okay? All right.
yes, Your Honor, the state now calls Mr. Patrick Shepatitis to the stand. Shepatitis is spelled Chepaitis, I-S,
Mr. Shepatitis, good afternoon, sir. Sir, if you would please turn and face Sergeant Brown to be sworn as a witness, please.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Have a seat. Just to the microphone. State your first and last name. Spell it both for the court.
Patrick Chapaitis, PatrickChapaitis.
Good afternoon, Mr. Shepatitis.
Good afternoon.
Are you employed?
I am.
And where are you currently employed?
I'm employed with Ural Research Institutes.
And have you had other employment prior to your employment with that institute?
I have.
Can you describe to the jury what that employment consisted of?
Yes. Prior to Ural Research Institutes, I was employed by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation Crime Lab.
Okay. And how long did you enjoy your employment with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
It was about 7 years, give or take. A couple of different periods within that time.
Is the Georgia Bureau of Investigation also known as the GBI for short?
Yes.
I'll be referring to it that way from now. Okay. All right. And what did you do while you were at the GBI?
I was a forensic chemist
And when did you begin your employment at the GBI?
in 2012.
Okay. And about when did you conclude your employment with the GBI?
So the first period I was employed by the GBI was from 2012 to 2016. At that point, I went to graduate school to pursue my master's. And after that, I returned to the GBI from beginning of 2019 to the end of 2021.
Okay. And where did you go for, can you describe any undergraduate experience you have?
Yes, I have my Bachelor of Science in Biochemistry from Georgia Tech.
And you did indicate to the jury that you had a master's. Where did you go to get that?
Sure, my master's in chemistry from Georgia State University.
When did you complete your undergraduate degree?
My undergraduate was completed in 2012.
And when did you complete your master's?
In 2018.
Okay. And while you were working at the GBI as a forensic chemist, were you required to go through any specialized training?
Yes, I was. I completed their approximately 9-month-long training program.
Okay. And at the time, during the time that you were working at the GBI, were you in any way required to hold any certifications to do the work that you did?
We were not required to hold certification. However, I was certified as a fellow in drug analysis by the American Board of Criminalistics during my first period of employment there.
Okay. And are there any other professional associations that you are a part of?
Currently, I'm a member of the American Chemical Society.
And can you describe for the jury what you enjoy being part of that professional association?
Sure. The American Chemical Society, or ACS, is just a professional organization for chemists. It's an international organization that provides access to conferences, training, networking opportunities, and things like that.
And how long have you enjoyed membership with that professional association?
For the ACS, it's been about 3 or 4 years, I believe.
And what is required to become a part of that association?
That is just a simple sign-up membership. That's it.
All right. And have you ever been admitted to testify as an expert in the area or field of forensic chemistry?
I have.
And how many times would you say?
I'd say about 15 plus times.
Okay. And have you ever been qualified as an expert for Fulton County to testify?
Within Fulton County, I believe once or twice, yes, but I'm not sure.
Okay. And you always testify in the area or field of forensic chemistry, giving assistance.
I have.
I'm going to transition here, Mr. Chapaitis. Can you describe for the jury what forensic chemistry is?
Sure. Forensic chemistry is basically the analysis of a substance to determine the presence or absence of a chemical of interest, a controlled substance. And so it's basically chemistry within the scope of the law.
Excuse me. And what kind of information can the results of the analysis performed by forensic chemists give us?
It can tell us whether or not the item of evidence contains or does not contain a controlled substance.
And when you say controlled substance, can you identify for the jury what you mean?
Controlled substance being anything that's written into the law that's either illegal or in some other way controlled by a pharmacy or by some other entity.
Okay. And what kind of controlled substances did you test for during your time intervals at the GBI?
Sure. I tested for any number of controlled substances. I don't know. Would you like me to name a few?
Yes.
Sure. Cocaine, heroin, methamphetamine, marijuana. Those are just a few.
Did you have any other duties at the GBI other than testing for controlled substances?
No, I did not.
And have you, to be sure, have you personally had the opportunity to conduct testing analysis on controlled substances?
Yes, I have.
And would you be able to give the jury today a rough number about how many times you performed such analysis?
I'd say well over 5,000 cases I've worked.
Okay. And what type of instruments did you utilize while at the GBI to conduct such analysis?
So we used a number of different scientific instruments and techniques to conduct the analyses. Would you like me to give a few examples? Sure. So we usually use a balance if we have to weigh a substance. So that's a pretty simple test. After that, we kind of split our tests up into what are called preliminary and confirmatory tests. The preliminary tests include things like thin layer chromatography or TLC. They also include ultraviolet spectroscopy or UV. And then some of the confirmatory tests that we do are kind of those techniques that give us a specific identification of a substance. So things like gas chromatography, mass spectrometry, otherwise known as GCMS, as well as infrared spectroscopy or IR, FTIR.
Now, you just used some big words that are far greater than I'm able to understand. Can you, for the purpose of the jury, explain a little bit about what you're talking about when you use those words such as gas chromatology and infrared
spectroscopy.
Spectroscopy.
Sure. So the preliminary tests, like I mentioned, for TLC and UV. So UV, I can use that as an example. Ultraviolet spectroscopy. All that is basically shining a UV light on something, a solution, to kind of give me an idea of what may be in the sample. And those preliminary tests also they also serve to separate the components of a mixture. So a lot of times substances that are received for testing are mixtures. We have to be able to separate those mixtures into their individual components. And after we separate those, we also have to identify them, and that's kind of the second part, the confirmation testing that we do.
And can you describe a little bit about that confirmation testing, that process or procedure that goes through?
Sure. So it's we'll say a more specialized kind of chemical technique is all it is basically. It's something that's able to kind of literally break apart the molecules that are in the sample and give us an idea of what they are.
And after the molecules, to use your words, are broken apart, how are you then able to determine what they are?
Sure. So most of the tests that we do, most of those confirmatory tests and some of the preliminary ones as well, give us a graph. That's all. It's just a piece of data that we look at, and we can compare it to a known reference standard, for instance, and that helps us in our identification.
And when you say known reference sample, what do you have in mind
So if we're looking for a controlled substance such as cocaine or methamphetamine, we have a reference standard, so a pure sample of that substance that we can test at the exact same time and compare it to our results.
Is it fair to say that the known reference sample is the type of thing you're looking for?
Yeah, in a way, yes.
What are the possible results types that you can obtain after you completed a round of testing?
What do you mean by that?
What are the results that you can receive?
So the results we receive are either we found a controlled substance or we haven't found a controlled substance.
And the type of testing that you have kind of been walking us through, is this the type of testing that is generally accepted within the scientific community?
It is. Yeah.
And do courts typically allow experts to testify about such subject matters for, say, a trial?
Yes.
Okay. And are there standards while you were at the GBI that controlled how the testing was performed within your particular division?
Yeah, so the GBI is what's known as an accredited agency. So you think about professional certifications, accreditations at any kind of job, and the GBI is no exception. The GBI has that accreditation, and that accreditation allows the GBI to follow a specific process for their testing, and that testing is governed. That accreditation is governed by an international body that sets down these regulations.
Okay. And those regulations that you're describing, that international body, did you follow them?
Yes.
Okay. And are there best practices associated with the type of testing that you did?
Yeah, those best practices would fall under that accreditation.
And is forensic testing within the chemistry background something that an average person can do without any specialized training?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to qualify Mr. Patrick Chapitis as an expert in the scientific field of forensic chemistry.
Anybody wish to voir dire Mr. Chapitis? Anyone? All right, and the court will designate Mr. Chapitis as an expert in the area, or qualify him as an expert in the area of forensic chemistry.
Okay. At this time, Mr. Chapitis, I want to ask you, did the laboratory, the GDI, receive any evidence pertinent to the reason for which you're here?
Yes.
And what evidence did the laboratory receive pertinent to this case?
Well, if I could see it, I would, or if I could see a copy of my report, I would tell you, sure.
Just to read, Your Honor, I should have asked that approach. Thank you, Your Honor. Now approaching you with what has been admitted in evidence and pre-marked as State's Exhibit 78J. Mr. Chapitis, what have I had you do?
So what I received to test in this case would be one bag of solid material.
Okay. And from what you are looking at, can you identify when the laboratory received the evidence?
When the laboratory received it, no, I can tell you exactly when I received it.
When did you receive it?
It would be February 17th, 2020.
Okay. And after you received that particular piece of evidence that's already been admitted, can you tell the jury what you did with it?
Yes. So first I verified all the information on the package, and the way we usually do that is by, when it's received to the laboratory, the evidence receiving technicians would take pictures of it and give it a unique GBI case number here, as you can see on this barcoded label on both sides. I would first compare the pictures, make sure that the barcoded sticker has the case number that matches what I'm seeing in front of me. And then I would open it up and then begin my analysis, and that would typically begin, and in this case, it began with weighing the substance.
And the material that I handed you, to be sure, is in fact what you tested when you read the GBI.
It is the sample I received and took a sample of to test, yes.
What color is the material that you have in front of you?
It looks to be white to me.
And can you describe the texture or feel of that particular evidence?
It just looks like it's a block of substance.
Is it solid material?
It is, yeah, solid material.
And can you describe for the jury where you received that evidence from?
Where I received it from was the Atlanta Police Department.
Was there a case number associated with it from the Atlanta Police Department?
The Atlanta Police case, according to the label, is 2002-11823.
And for this particular piece of evidence that you performed an analysis of, can you describe what that analysis consisted of?
Yes, so like I mentioned a little bit ago, was that first I weighed the substance, and all that is I took a net weight, which means I took the entire sample out of the packaging and weighed it on a balance. And once I had that information, I could continue on with my testing. The first test I did was one of those preliminary tests. In this case, it was thin layer chromatography, or TLC. And all that is a separation technique where I take a little, I take a little bit of the substance, dissolve it in a liquid, and I have a glass plate with a film on it, and I basically spot a drop of the sample solution on that, and that's able to separate out all those components in the mixture that I talked about earlier. And at the exact same time, I spotted a solution of reference standard as well. And then at that point, I was ready, after forming some preliminary conclusions about what may be in the sample, I moved on to one of those confirmatory tests, in this case, GCMS, or gas chromatography mass spectrometry. And all that is, the first part, GC, is the part that separates, again, the components in the mixture. And once those components were separated, it moved on to the MS, or the mass spec portion of that test. And the mass spec is what gives me that graph that I can compare to my reference standard and say, hey, this is what I have in the substance.
At the end of all of that analysis that you performed there, did you reach a conclusion?
I did.
And what was the conclusion?
My analysis confirmed the presence of cocaine in the sample tested.
And was your analysis subject to peer review?
It was.
And is that commonplace as a GDI?
Yes, every case that gets called into court is peer reviewed.
And with respect to testing, is there no error rate or anything associated?
In this case, since the substance was not, we didn't get a quantitative result on it. All I did was get a weight. The only thing that would be subject to that would be the weight of the substance.
And what was the weight if you drew?
The weight was less than 1 gram.
Okay, and with respect to the analysis that you performed on this particular test, on this particular solid material, did you follow the standards and protocols that you outlined for the jury earlier during our conversation?
I did.
And Mr. Chapitis, after you performed the analysis within the lab that you described, what else, if anything, do you do?
After I perform the analysis, I would generate a report to state my results.
Okay, now it's showing you what
Okay, so I name all our jurors here, sir?
Yes, sir, all present.
Okay, can we, invite Investigator Belknap to rejoin us, please?
You still have an objection to,
I have to just take it as it comes and we'll see where it goes. All right, summon our judge, please. Yeah, that'd be nice. I just admitted Mr. Atkins, so. Please be seated, everybody. Call him, deal with it. Chris? I do. Hey, can you admit or connect the prosecution table down here? Okay, we're going to continue with our examination at this point in time. So, Mr. Steele.
May I approach?
You may, sir.
May I approach you, sir?
Yes.
I'm going to show you, and we'll go through them as we get to them. But I'm just giving you a stack. It's Mr. Williams, number 60 to 75, if that's okay.
I'd like to talk with you about the first tweet that you discussed with the honorable prosecution, and that was, you had two tweets, if you just remember, before the break. I'm talking about the top one first, okay?
Which exhibit?
21W.
Okay.
You have it?
I do.
Okay. And if we could just put the top one on the screen just for a moment. And do you remember this that's on the screen? That fits at the top of 21W states?
You're right. That's not 21W.
I said the top of 21W of states.
Mr. Kokomo is not producing exhibit 21W. That is incomplete.
Is there another piece of 21W?
It's separate, it's a different date, and we'll get to that as well. I'm going each tweet in order. The state pulled out on different dates. I'm going to give context to each tweet.
But Your Honor, this is not the exhibit that the state committed. So both tweets are on there. We can handle it however we choose, but the exhibit is not what is on this one.
Well, I choose to do it this way because I showed the jurors before the break as the
Okay,
prosecution
but it's not
asked.
the entirety of the state's exhibit. It's not state's 21 whiskey.
Okay,
It would
never
be-
said it's a top portion.
Okay, all right. But it wasn't admitted that way. It was admitted with both. So you need to have both, or you need to make it your exhibit.
I will call it then Mr. Williams number 60A.
Okay, any objection to 60 alpha?
No objection.
All right, 60 alpha is admitted and published as you see fit.
With 68, and it's come back up there, the same as State Exhibit 21W, the top portion. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And is that fair to say? My question, it's the top portion of 21W of states?
Yes, sir.
All right. And again, it is Mr. Williams' Twitter account. You recognize that, right?
I do.
And you recognize the date of August 31, 2011, as you testified, and recognize, and it was admitted during your direct examination with the prosecution, right?
Yes.
And here, you found it important to identify to the jury, or you identified to the jury, I love my rock family, and then it has the other words afterwards, and then hashtag follow now. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's what it reads.
All right. Did you look at the context of that tweet on or about August 31, 2011, when you prepared to come before this jury and give testimony on that tweet?
Objection, Your Honor, as
Basis.
he's looking at the context. He cannot,
So what's your objection, madam?
defense cannot speak to context. That was
Still not an objection.
That's hearsay. He cannot speak to the declarant's context.
I stand in objection.
I'm not asking for any statements. Did you look at the tweets surrounding the tweet that you told the jury about on 21W of State's Exhibit on the top?
I was asked to review the content of the tweet that admitted in that.
Answer my question if you don't mind.
I thought that wasn't an answer to your question. I'm sorry. I was asked to review these specific exhibits. So this is the extent of what I reviewed in preparation for my testimony.
Okay, so you did not review the tweets on the same day, August 31, 2011, from Mr. Williams' Twitter account. Is that fair to say?
It is, I did not.
All right. You have in front of you Mr. Williams' number 60?
I do.
Okay. And do you see on Mr. Williams' number 60 tweets purportedly from Mr. Williams' Twitter account?
I do.
And does it include the tweet that is on the screen now as Mr. Williams' number 60A? I love my Rock Crew fam, at Rock Crew Daddo, at Young Zoo1, at Maybach _ Rock Crew, hashtag follow now. Does it have the same?
It does.
All right. And then is there other tweets on Mr. Williams 60?
There are.
And do you have need anything to look at to make sure that those are the tweets on the same day surrounding the tweet that you just identified on page 21W top of the page?
Based on what's on the page, they all appear to be on the same date.
Okay. Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams' number 60 dated today, which is 2/8/24. Under the rule of completeness.
Talk about 60, defendant Williams 60?
Correct.
Any objection to defendant Williams 60?
Yes, Your Honor.
Basis.
Hearsay and witness is not competent to speak to the declarant's context surrounding those particular.
Overruled. It's admitted. Maybe publish as you see fit.
Can you, Mr. Kokomo, please do me a favor and Detective Belknap, if it's easier on the screen, otherwise in front of you, I know it's maybe dark in front of you, if the screen's better. I'd like to go through these tweets with you, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Kokomo, can you make it bigger? We'll just go one at a time, starting from the top, in this case, to the bottom. And if you could just make it a little bigger and make sure you get the top one, if you don't mind. Okay. The very first one, Detective, is also purportedly from Mr. Williams' Twitter. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And it's at 7:57 p.m. on August 31, 2011, right?
It is.
And that is the same day as the one specific tweet that you pulled out on Mr. Williams' number 21W top portion, correct?
I did not pull any tweets out.
Correct. Go ahead.
So
the one you identify.
Yes, the one that was in the exhibit, that is correct.
Okay. And what Mr. Williams purportedly wrote, or his Twitter reads, and I'm just reading the very first one, is all my followers go to the girl at KL_3 stiff right now, 4 exclamation points. Is that fair reading?
Fair enough.
Okay. And then that was at 7:57, we said, right?
Yes.
Then if you go down, the next tweet, Mr. Kokomo, if you don't mind. The next tweet, which is approximately 11 minutes later, it's at 8:08 p.m. You see that on August 31, 2011?
I do.
And this is also Mr. Williams' Twitter?
It is.
And then it says, follow at YoungZoo1 hashtag ASAP, or as soon as possible. Fair to say?
Yes.
And that is similar to the tweet that was on the top part of Stage 21W about Love My Rock Family, at Rock Crew Daddio, at YoungZoo1, at Mac_Rock Crew, hashtag follow now. Is that fair to say?
There are similarities, yes.
Okay. And also in the 8:08 p.m., August 31, 2011, Young Thug Twitter account where it says follow at YoungZoo1 hashtag ASAP, that is also the same at YoungZoo1 that is in Stage 21W top of the page, right?
Yes.
All right. The next one is YoungZoo Twitter. Did you ever look at YoungZoo Twitter to prepare for this testimony?
Not to prepare for this, no.
All right. Well, let's look at that. And that's at 8:22 p.m. on the same day, correct? August 31, 2011?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is saying cooling instead of a C, it's replaced with a K. Is that fair to say?
It is.
Cooling it on the set with, and then it says Young Thug World at KL_3 Stiff at Maybach _ Rock Crew at Little Tony _ MDC hashtag cooling it hashtag getting money. You see all that?
I do.
Okay, and then in that one, Young Zoo is on a set. Do you know? And if you don't know, that's fine. Do you know what a set is?
I do.
In the setting of music, tell the jury.
Well, this doesn't have context for what type of set that he's talking about. It just says cooling on the set.
Okay. So do you know what it is?
I can't say just from that. I mean, I could assume, but I think I'm not supposed to do that.
Okay. And Young Zoo is saying cooling it, that means maybe being with somebody. Is that a fair statement?
Your Honor, objection to hearsay,
Still speculation.
and speculation.
With Young Thug World, that you know would be Mr. Williams' handle, right?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
That would be Mr. Williams' handle, Young Thug World.
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
And then if you go over at KL_Stiff, right?
Yes.
And that is the same one. It's not on the screen anymore. But if Mr. Kokomo can go up, that Mr. Williams on that same day, within 30 minutes, said follow that person as well, right?
Yes.
Okay, and if you go back down to where we were. And then it says, if you could go over a little bit, Mr. Kokomo, at Maybach _ Rock Crew. You see that?
I do.
And that's the same one that is on States 24W that you talked about in the top portion, right?
Yes, it is.
And then it says at Little Tony _ MDC, and then cooling it, hashtag getting money. Fair to say?
Yes.
All right. Does this appear to be that they were together? If you know, and if you don't know, just say I can't speculate.
Objection, speculation.
I stand
Question
objection.
called.
All right. The next one, it should be at 8:27, about 5 minutes later. And that is the targeted tweet in 21W on the top portion, correct?
It is the top portion of the exhibit, yes.
Okay. And then the jurors have read it, but that's the same exact tweet. And then at the bottom, going back to Young Zoo, you see that? And it said,
Your Honor, that would be hearsay because this is not Mr. Williams' tweet.
that goes to the rule of completeness, put it in context.
Your Honor, it does not.
I stand the objection, so he's referenced already in the tweets anyway, so I'll rule the objection.
And then at the bottom, it says, that bottom tweet from Young Zoo, if you can, that's at 8:30 p.m., about 3 minutes later, correct?
Yes,
Same date?
it is.
And again, it's saying the same as Mr. Williams' tweet that you told the jury about. At Rock Crew, Daddy-O, follow back, bro. Fair to say?
It is.
You knew none of that when you testified before the jury earlier to talk about the one tweet, correct?
I did not review these prior to discussing the tweet.
All right, let's go to the bottom portion of 21W, which I am going to mark as Mr. Williams' number 60B, as in Barry or Bravo. Do you recognize you know what I mean? I display 60B, which is the bottom part of stage 21W.
You got it.
No, Your Honor, what, for check. He hasn't shown it to the witness, he hasn't shown it to the state.
I have shown it to both.
Yes, we need it. Or you can use 21W.
Just can put it.
Okay, so what are y'all doing? I have on here 60B.
No, you just put in the actual 21W, because I believe it's the bottom part.
That's fine, Your Honor.
All right, so 21W already been amended?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Do you recognize 21W on the bottom? I'm focused on the bottom portion.
I do.
Okay. And that is a tweet on a different day than August 31, 2011, right?
It is.
And that's December 15th, 2011?
It is.
And Mr. Williams' Twitter account purportedly?
Yes.
And you identified this earlier, and then in the quotation, it states, at Mon MDC : at Young Thug World, I seen an N with a Crip flag today, talking about he with the rock, end quote. You see that?
I do.
And you explained to the jury already that those quotations mean that Mr. Williams is responding to that tweet. He did not write that tweet. Is that correct?
Yes, that's how that works. The quoted text is text that's being replied to.
And then Mr. Williams purportedly, or whoever has his Twitter account, wrote the words, boy stop with 3 commas, never that, right?
Yes,
That is all that contains in that tweet, correct?
that is correct.
So Mr. Williams' statement purportedly on this Twitter is boy stop, never that. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to go to state's number 22W. Do you see that?
Yes,
And do you remember testifying to this? It's already in evidence.
I do.
And this is December 5, 2011, correct?
It is.
And then all it says is if you want to know what Cleveland is, then a comma, then 3 periods, it's where the bloods be, 3 exclamation points, right?
That's correct.
And that's the sum and substance of what you did in that. It's just those words, right?
Yes, that's what's contained within the tweet.
Okay. The next one is 23W. Do you remember this tweet that you helped get into evidence you recognized?
I do.
Now it's a different date, but December 16th, 2011. You remember that?
I do.
And again, Mr. Williams' Twitter, and it says again in the quotes, at flyordie_B, IT, blank H, : I'm on Cleveland, in the jungle, rock crew, what up, ? End quote, right?
Yes,
And that's another person who is making that statement, correct?
it is.
Do you know who that person is?
I don't.
Okay. And all Mr. Williams' Twitter account did, whomever is writing it, where you be, bro, right?
Yes, it quoted the text from the previous tweet and then added in the comment where you be, bro.
That's it. Correct? That's the sum and substance of that tweet.
Yes, that's what's contained within the tweet.
Okay, 24. This is December 14, 2011, right?
Yes.
And on this one, Mr. Williams' Twitter account is on December 14, 2011, writing, I think I might join #duct tape, because they would the #BS. Fair to say?
It is.
Okay. And you know that duct tape is a entertainment line. Fair to say?
It is that, among other things.
And then comma, and the #rock with the #BS 3 exclamation points, right?
Yes,
And you know that Jay-Z's record label in New York is Rock Nation?
I do.
Did you do anything to determine whether there was any correspondence at that time between Mr. Williams and trying to get in touch with Duct Tape or Rock Nation to get together for this trial?
I didn't have any access to communications between Mr. Williams and Jay-Z around this time period.
Did you try?
Did I try to get Mr. Jay-Z's communications?
Or anybody?
I had no access to his communications.
So did you try?
Objection, answer.
I didn't hear the answer.
I sustained the question.
Okay, and then the last word is straight, right?
Well, it's straight and there's two carats, so I would interpret that to mean straight up.
Appreciate it.
Yes.
Do you know the context of what this is talking about?
Objection, that is speculation.
I sustained it.
Do you know that Mr. Williams was about to drop a mixed tape at that time?
Objection, he's testifying.
I sustained the objection. Curious to describe that last remark of counsel.
Your Honor, I'm asking if he knows that Mr. Williams was dropping a mixtape.
I said, I've already sustained that objection.
Okay. Do you know what Mr. Williams was doing, if anything, with music at around that time?
That's a very kind of vague question. I'm sorry. Could you tailor that a little bit?
Sure. Do you know, as you sit here today, what in the music field Mr. Williams was doing around December 14, 2011?
I can't say that I do.
All right. Let's go to states number 25, if you don't mind. And you recognize the tweet from January 15, 2012 that you testified about?
I do.
And again, it's Mr. Williams' Twitter account, right?
Yes.
And it says, N ain't give me SH blank T. So I'm not coming with a K nowhere, comma, your SH blank T gonna get shot up, and then it's FRFR, but you already explained that's for real, for real. Fair to say?
Yes.
And then 4 exclamation points, right?
Yes.
What did you do, if anything, to look at any context for that tweet?
I was not asked to review this or testify to context, so I simply reviewed the tweet.
Okay. I'd like you to look at what I've marked as Mr. Williams number 61 dated today. And take your time, just tell me when you've had a chance to review that.
Okay.
And on Mr. Williams number 61, dated today, 2/8/24, is that, to your knowledge, items from Mr. Williams' Twitter account, purportedly?
As represented here, yes.
And is it on the day before the tweet memorialized in State's Exhibit number 25, as well as the day of State's Exhibit number 25, January 14th and January 15th, 2012?
They're a bit out of order, but it does appear they're from January 14th and 15th.
Okay. And do you have any belief that these are not true and accurate on what Mr. Williams' Twitter account reads, to put in context the tweet that you put up in front of the jury?
I don't have any reason to dispute that, no.
Okay. Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams, dated today, number 61.
Any objection to defendant Williams 61?
Yes, Your Honor.
Basis.
Out of context, dates out of context does not explain the tweets that the state put in. If you look at State Exhibit 61.
I'm looking at stage 25. That's the one you're trying to give context to?
Correct.
All right. I'm looking at stage 25 now. Stage 25.
Correct.
And 61 Williams is in reference to stage 25.
Your Honor, there are individual tweets, if you look, and the date will not put that text into context. And that intention of context will only go to the account.
Your Honor, the same dates,
They're not.
they're in order and covered the January 14, 2012 and January 15, 2012, which is the tweet in State's Exhibit number 25, and they do put it in context.
Your Honor, the tweet is from one date, which is the 15th. The 14th will not put the 15th tweet into context. And other tweets do not reference anything in the tweet that was admitted. There's nothing in those tweets that have been admitted.
That's inaccurate. I'll approach, please.
State, I've noted your objection for the purpose of record. All right.
So Detective, you're looking at Mr. Williams, today's date number 61, and we're going to, Mr. Kokomo already blew it up, but we should be starting on the bottom left on Mr. Williams number 61.
I'm with you.
You're with it? Okay. And there, it's Mr. Williams' purported Twitter account. Is that fair to say?
It is.
And it is the day before, so January 14, 2012, the day before the January 15, 2012 tweet that you discussed with this honorable jury on State's Exhibit number 25. Is that fair to say?
It is.
All right. And then this is Mr. Williams' purported Twitter writing, hashtag 1 day left till the best night of the week. Hashtag Sunday, I'm saying night, but there's a U, where everyone goes to Metro Lane. You see that?
I do.
All right. And do you tell the ladies and gentlemen jury if you know what Metro Lane is?
Metro Lane is a bowling alley and entertainment center on Metropolitan Parkway.
Okay. Let's go to the next tweet, which is right above it. And to me, it's the same date. It almost looks identical, but we did it for completeness. Is that fair to say? And if I'm wrong, just tell me what
I'm sorry, could you ask that again?
There's a speculation as to what they
I
did.
sustain an objection.
Okay. It reads the same as the tweet we just read. Is that fair to say, except the spacing is different?
Could you order me to which tweet you're talking about?
Yes, the one right above. It should be directly above the one we just read. And I'll just read it. It's January 14, 2012. And you see where it says hashtag, and there's no spaces here. It says 1 day left till the best night of the week. Hashtag Sunday night with a U again, where everyone goes to Metro Lane. Fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And if you can scroll up, Mr. Kokomo. The next one is also on January 14, 2012. Is that right?
Yes.
And it reads, 1 day left till the best night of the week, Sunday night, where everyone goes, and everyone is with a every and then a one. The number one, is that fair to say?
Yes.
And then it says 2, hashtag Metro Lane, and it gives the address, as you said, on Metropolitan Parkway, right?
It does.
Okay. The next one, Mr. Kokomo, if you don't mind. Detective Belknap, this is also now a tweet purportedly on Mr. Williams' Twitter account, fair to say?
It is.
Now the date is the January 15, 2012 date, right?
Yes.
And that is the date of State's Exhibit 25 that you read and identified earlier, fair to say?
It is.
Okay. And it says, ends keep putting my name, and it says no, SHI_T. I'ma let them, M-E-M, think it's cool with a K and then 5 exclamation points till they beat the F, I'm just saying. But it's F-U, and then there's a K, and then another K, straight, and then as you said, 3 hours up, so straight up. That go for everybody. Fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And were you aware that there was another establishment advertising that Mr. Williams was coming to their place to perform on that same night?
No.
All right. Let's go to the next tweet, if you don't mind. That's also January 15, 2012, correct?
Yes.
All right. And it says here, and I'm not saying the word, but N ain't giving me SH_T, so I'm not coming with a K, nowhere, comma, yo, SH_T, going to get, and it's a little blocked by Mr. Kokomo's writing, but it says, shot up, for real, 4 exclamation points. And that's State's Exhibit number 25W that you read, right?
Yes.
Okay. And again, not being paid for entertaining somewhere. You never investigated that. You didn't know that when you testified before the jury, did you?
I sustain the objection.
You knew nothing except you were given a tweet and then asked to tell the jury to read it and to give your opinion about it, right?
No, I wasn't aware of the context in which the threat was made, no.
If it is a threat, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
I state objection. All right, let's go to the next one. You see the same date, January 15, 2012?
I do.
All right, and it's again Mr. Williams' Twitter account, and it says hashtag Metro Lane, hashtag tonight, hashtag Metro Lane, hashtag tonight, hashtag Metro Lane, hashtag tonight. Is that fair to say?
It is.
All right, let's go to the next side, starting at the bottom. Are you with us?
I am.
Okay, and this is the very bottom of the right-hand side of Mr. Williams' number 61. Fair to say?
It is.
All right. And this again, Mr. Williams, same date, Twitter account, January 15, 2012, right?
Yes.
And it reads, the day has come, hashtag Sunday night, hashtag Metro Lane, where your dreams come true, hashtag doors open at 9, and then it gives the address, as you said, in Metropolitan Parkway, right?
Yes.
All right. The one above that is almost identical if you look at the two, except at the end of the zip code for Metropolitan Parkway of the address of Metro Lane, it has a number 2. Is that right?
It is.
And then the one above it, same date. And again, it's going to say the same thing, except at the zip code, it has a number 3. You see that?
Yes.
And then the same tweet going out, same date, but at the end of the zip code, now we have 4.
Yes.
And then 5.
Correct.
And then 6.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you know anything when you testified before this jury about State's Exhibit number 25W that Mr. Williams was performing at Metro?
That would be speculative.
I'm asking if you knew when he testified.
I'm saying the objections.
Did you have any context, or did you look for any context before testifying to State's 25W?
As stated, I was asked to review the content of the tweets, not context.
All right, let's go to State's Exhibit 26W, if you don't mind.
I'm sorry, which number is that?
The state's going to pull it up first. It's 26W, it's the state's, it's already in evidence. And I'd like to talk about the top one first, if that's okay. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You remember identifying this and it helping to admit it into evidence as Mr. Williams, excuse me, that's wrong. State's Exhibit number 26W, the top portion first.
Yes, I don't know that I helped admit it into evidence. I've been up here testifying.
Okay. And it says January 24th, 2012, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then it reads, I, thugger, baby, with a comma, got my whole RO5 or rock /MD5 or C behind me. Yeah. Is that fair to say?
It is.
That's the entirety of what you reviewed.
And that's what, yes.
Okay. And do you have any evidence to share with this jury that that is not talking about Mr. Williams' musical career?
Objection, that would be speculation. Still testifying.
I stand the objection.
Let's go to the bottom of 26W, State's Exhibit 26W. It's a different date. It's now January 12, excuse me, that's wrong. January 2, 2012, right?
Yes.
About 22 days earlier than the tweet above it.
Correct.
And it just reads, we literally up baby RO5 or C and MD5 or C. The richest, well, it has a K instead of a C. Young families out here right now with 4 exclamation points, right?
Yes.
Did you know anything about the background of this tweet before testifying to it?
I know something about the background of what I testified to, which is ROC and MDC, yes.
Okay, but how about that tweet? Did you know any of the context or anything about it?
No, sir.
Let's look at State's Exhibit 27, if you don't mind. And this is on April 24, 2012, right?
It is.
2 green firearms, I'll say, with pistol, spelled the way it's spelled with an A, Pete, and then 4 exclamation points, right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know that Mr. Williams has songs at about that time referencing Pistol Pete? Were you aware of that?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. Were you aware that Lil Wayne had songs referencing Pistol Pete earlier than that?
Not specifically, no.
We were aware that many artists referenced Pistol Pete in their songs before April 2012, if you know.
Yes, I'm aware that other artists have referenced Pistol Pete in their songs.
The next one. Oh, wait, hold on one second. I'm going to ask you to look at Mr. Williams' number 62 today, if you take a look at it for me.
Yes, sir.
And can you familiarize with it? Tell me you're ready to do it.
I'm ready.
And these purportedly tweets from Mr. Williams' Twitter account dated the same day as State's Exhibit number 27W, the April 24, 2012.
They are.
And are these tweets, do you have any reason to believe that they are not fair and accurate representation of the tweets immediately before the tweet in State's Exhibit 27W, the 2 firearm Pistol Pete?
I do not.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams' number 62 dated today.
Can I see the reference tweet states, what did you say, states 24?
27.
27W, can I see it?
We'll get ready to put it up now.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Any objection to defendant Williams 62 Alpha?
Yes, Your Honor, same objection does not explain 27W.
I'm going to read over your objection, and it may be published as you see fit, and note your objection for the record.
Thank you.
When you get a chance, can you look at Mr. Williams' number 62, and then it'll be on the screen if you need it there, but otherwise it should be in your hand. Ready to discuss it?
I am.
Okay. Let's start at the bottom of Mr. Williams' number 62 dated today. That purports to be Mr. Williams' Twitter account dated April 24, 2012, the same date as the Pistol Pete with the 2 firearms that you referenced in States 27W. Fair to say?
It is.
And then in the bottommost tweet, it reads, Young Thug has a show on April 26, 2012 at 5 p.m. at Celebrity Basketball, then 3 dots in TBD, Georgia, and then SOC.LI, and then /, and then hashtag concert. Fair to say?
Yes.
And then the one directly above that, same date, April 24, 2012, same date as the one below, and the Pistol Pete with the 2 firearms?
Yes.
And that reads, Young Thug has a show on April 26, 2012, 5 o'clock p.m. at Celebrity Basketball in, and then it has TBD, Georgia. And then it has, and hashtag 35, concert. Fair to say?
It does.
Were you aware at the time of testifying to this jury about State's Exhibit 27W, the Pistol Pete, that Mr. Williams was promoting a show in his tweets immediately before?
No, I did not review the tweets immediately before.
Okay. All right, let's go to State's Exhibit number 28W. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
Okay, and you testified to the earlier, fair to say?
I did.
And this is, we'll just take them in the top and then bottom, if that's okay.
Yes.
The top one is April 22, 2012, and it's again SMM hyphen RO5 or C hyphen MD5 or C hyphen 30D homes, 2 exclamation points, and then hashtag chick with a K, Otalk. Is that correct?
Close enough.
Okay. And the bottom one is, I don't know, 4 months later, 4 months and 5 days later. Is that fair to say? Same year though?
Yes.
And that one you identified as RO5, crew with a K, backslash SMM. They're riding for Thugger with 3 exclamation points and then hashtag black, right?
Yes.
Do you have any evidence to share with this jury that that is not people promoting Mr. Williams promoting his own music?
Well, I wouldn't say that it's only him promoting his music, and what I've seen in these tweets, what I've seen in my experience and my investigations is that he certainly was promoting his music, but he also promoted his gang through the music. His music was promoted by his gang as well.
Okay, let's look at State's Exhibit number 29W. Remember this tweet?
I do.
Okay. And that's June 21, 2012?
Yes.
And you testified that it reads, everybody go follow Bloody Bro at cartel with a K underscore DK on Twitter and Instagram, flat, and then ... and then RT you said is right now. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Did you ever go to at cartel with a K underscore DK to see what was being tweeted that day?
Not that day, although I have reviewed that account at various points in the past.
Okay. I'd like you to look at Mr. Williams' number 63, dated today. Tell me when you're familiar with that.
I am.
And are you familiar with the account that it purports to be on for the same day?
I didn't understand the question.
Do you recognize that to be the account of DK or Mr. Murphy?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, and it's the same day as State's Exhibit number 29, is that fair to say?
It's a little difficult to read on here, but yes, it appears to be.
Okay. And that, do you have any doubt or do you have any information that that is not a correct of what was on Mr. Murphy's, or I'll call him DK for the purpose of this moment, social media account when Mr. Williams was saying go follow that person on Instagram and Twitter?
I don't have any information that it's not.
All right, Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams' number 63 dated today. Any objection to Williams 63?
Here's someone else's tweet. It's a tweet from Cartel DK that does not put the tweet of the state into context. It's hearsay.
Can you all approach for a second, please?
Detective, I'd like you to help the jury to organize in their mind and thoughts Mr. Williams, number 63, dated today. This is, and we'll just take them one at a time. We'll start with the one on the upper left, if you don't mind, Mr. Kokomo, if you could do, yes. All right, you see the same date for at cartel with a K underscore DK?
I do. I can't see it from here, but I do believe it's the same date.
Okay, and that would be June 21, 2012, fair to say?
It is.
And when I say same date, the same as in states number 29W, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And on the top one, it states under, and this is the public domain account for at cartel underscore DK, right?
Yes.
And that's the one that in states number 29W, Mr. Williams' Twitter account is saying go follow at cartel underscore DK. Fair to say?
It is.
All right. So when you go over to at cartel underscore DK on the same date, you get RT, sorry for the wait, hashtag, and then I5FN3. And you've already explained what that means to the jury, right?
Yes.
And fair to say, I came from nothing, but the C is a 5?
It is.
And the third edition, right?
Correct.
And then it said coming, but with a B, soon, right?
Yes.
And then it refers back to Young Thug World, right?
It does.
And then it has a picture of Mr. Williams, purportedly Mr. Williams, right?
Well, I believe that is Mr. Williams.
Okay. And then it says on it, like a poster, I would say, Thug Independence, Young Thug, and then ICFM, which you already said I came from nothing 3, hosted by DJ Swamp 1220, drops July 4, right?
Yeah.
And it says on livemixtapes.com.
Yes.
Okay, if you could go to one underneath it, Mr. Kokomo. And this is the same date again of June 21, 2012, right?
Yes.
And it's again at cartel underscore DK, correct?
Yes.
And this one again has I and then a 5 instead of a C, FN3 coming, but with a B, soon, in a hood near you, B with a red surrounding it, black, and then B with a red surrounded black. Fair to say?
Yes.
And then it has, I'm going to say identical, but if it's different, I'm not trying, you point out the difference, but it has again that poster of Mr. Williams, I came from nothing 3 promotion. Fair to say?
They appear to be identical.
All right. If we can go up to the one on the upper right, which is now almost in the center of the screen, if you could see that, can you help us with that?
I do.
That again is June 20th now, 2012, right? You see that?
I can. What date were you saying it was?
June 20th. If you can't make it out.
No, that looks accurate.
All right. And again, that's at cartel underscore DK, right?
Yeah, and that's hard to read on here, but it says Young Slang Life underscore DZ, and then, yeah, I mean, I can't really read it from here, but I do agree that it's Cartel DK.
Okay. And then it says and it's a DA, but the studio with my bro at Young Thug World at Rock Crew underscore Little Rod, right?
Yes.
And do you recognize the people or person in that picture in front of the screen?
I can see Mr. Williams, yes.
Okay, and is Mr. Williams sitting down or standing up?
He's standing up.
And do you recognize the other person?
I can't see who the other person is.
Have you ever been in a music studio and seen the equipment in and around that was being used in around year 2012?
I've been in a music studio. I don't know as far as the 2012 part, but I've been in music studios.
Okay, and does that look like potentially, as it says in the top, at the studio? Music studio?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So with regards to State's Exhibit number 29W, when you discussed that with the jurors yesterday,
And Mr. Williams' Twitter is asking followers to go to Bloody Bro at Cartel_DK on Twitter and Instagram, Black, 3 dots right now. Did you ever know that at that time, Cartel_DK was promoting Mr. Williams' music at that same time?
Not specifically, no.
All right. Let's go to number stage 30W. You may test. Oh, you're just waiting for the screen. Got it.
Mr. Steele, I have a 31W, but I don't have 30W on this presentation. Is that a video or a photo? Okay. I may need a couple minutes to find it, because this presentation I have does not have 30W.
No. Don't worry about it if it's not there. Yeah, I think you.
I have 30W.
We'll take that down for a second, Mr. Kokomo. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for doing it.
You're welcome.
Detective Belknap, do you see 30W now, or you may have had it the whole time?
I did, and I do.
Okay, March 18, 2019, remember this tweet on Mr. Williams' Twitter?
Yes, sir.
And you talked about you ends keep slat in your mouth, but still ain't downed none, right?
Yes.
Are you aware of a song that is a lyric from?
I'm not, but I wouldn't dispute that it's a song lyric.
Let's go to, and there's, you said you have 31W? Could you show that one? This has several, so, actually it has one, so. By the way, while it's coming up, do you remember, it's, you earlier said, Little Rod, remember that in a tweet, maybe 2 tweets ago?
I do.
Is it the same answer you gave the other day? It's not the gentleman who's sitting in the courtroom, to your knowledge?
No, same answer as the other day. I don't believe this is related to Mr. Ryan.
Okay. This is 31W, July 1, 2012. You remember discussing that one yesterday with me, or maybe the day before? This would stop the violence campaign. Do you remember all that?
I do.
Okay, so we've discussed that. Fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And that was in, what city was that? Do you remember?
Chattanooga.
That's right. Okay. And that, just for the record, Your Honor, was Mr. Williams number 43 earlier admitted. This is number 32W. And there are several, so if it's okay with you, we'll just take the top one first, okay?
Yes, sir.
That's Mr. Williams' Twitter
account July 24, 2012, right?
It is.
And you identified this and assisted to have it admitted. When I say that, I mean you testified about it.
I did.
Okay. And 32W, the top one, you remember talking about, if you did talk about, if you all, and then I'm just F you with a 5 blank IN with Thugger go follow my right hand man with a Z at the end of it at Cartel DK, right?
Yes.
And we've already discussed the fact that at Cartel DK is, gentlemen, you know to be Mr. Walter Murphy, or at least purported to be Mr. Walter Murphy's handle. Is that fair to say?
That is.
And you know now, I guess, if you didn't know before, you're aware that Mr. Murphy, or the handle Cartel _ DK, promotes music for Mr. Williams.
It does appear at times that he does.
Now, the next one, which is the middle of 32W, you see that with a different date, and that would be June 9, 2012. You see that?
I do.
And again, it's similar, but everybody go follow my bloody brother on Instagram at Cartel _ DK right now, RT, right?
Yes.
I'd like you to look at Mr. Williams, number 64, dated today. Do you see that?
I do.
And do you recognize the young slime life _ Desi at Cartel _ DK as a social media posting platform?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
Do you understand it as a social media platform?
A social media account?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And that would be the same account you've been testifying to a couple of times at Cartel _ DK, Mr. Murphy. Fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And that is dated June 9th, 2012?
It is.
And is that the same date as the middle tweet that you talked about on State's Exhibit number 32W?
Yes, it is.
Do you have any reason to believe that that is not accurate on the at Cartel _ DK tweet?
I do not.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams, number 64, dated today.
The middle,
Yes, sir.
on
Yeah.
page 32, whiskey.
Yes, sir.
Any objection to defending exhibit 64?
Same objection, Your Honor.
I'll note it in all of the individual policies you see.
Are you able to see that, Detective Belknap, on the top of Mr. Williams, number 64?
I am.
And on the bottom, we just put the same tweet that came out from your middle of, not yours, but the State's Exhibit 32W middle. Fair to say?
It is.
All right. Same date then, June 9, 2012 for both.
Same date.
And when Mr. Williams, on the lower part of Mr. Williams, number 64, asked everybody to go follow my bloody brother on Instagram at Cartel _ DK right now, RT. On that same date, is it fair to say that at Cartel DK had their hashtag Thugger Pendants Day, July 4th, hashtag I came from nothing 3 black, exclamation point. Fair to say?
It is.
That promotes music.
And also with a promotion of the gang at the end.
Okay, is, in case you missed, excuse me, I came from nothing 3, is that a mixtape? If you know.
It is.
All right. Great. Did you notice when you testified before the jury about the middle section of State's Exhibit number 32? Were you aware that if you just jumped over to cartel _ DK, you would have found that?
No, I did not read that tweet at the time.
All right, let's look at the bottom portion of 32W of the State's Exhibit. Tell me when you're ready.
Which exhibit did you say?
32W bottom.
I have it.
Okay. And do you remember the June, now it's a June 22, 2012, Mr. Williams' Twitter account, follow but it's DA Bro at the same thing, at cartel _ DK right now has 3 exclamation points. You remember that?
Yes.
All right. And did you go and jump site over to the at cartel _ DK to see what's being promoted?
I did not.
All right. I'd like you to look at, if you don't mind, Mr. Williams number 65 dating today.
I have it.
And do you recognize the top portion of that being the account for at cartel _ DK?
Yes.
And is it the same date as what is in the bottom of State's Exhibit number 32W we just discussed, and it's on the screen?
Yes.
And do you have any reason to believe that this is not accurate, what was on at cartel _ DK social media account on the same date that is being referenced on State's Exhibit number 32W bottom?
I do not.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams number 65 dated today.
Okay, any objection to defendant 165?
Yes, Your Honor, here's that.
I don't know.
All right, Detective, just to put this in context, on the bottom is the bottom tweet that you identified earlier is it's now memorialized as State's Exhibit number 32W. Is that correct?
It is.
All right, then I'd like to focus understanding the bottom one on the top one. And that again is the same social media account we've been calling Mr. Walter Murphy at cartel _ DK. Fair to say?
Yes.
And it's the same date, June 22, 2012, that Mr. Williams on the bottom part of Mr. Williams number 65 dated today is asking people to go follow at cartel _ DK, correct?
Yes.
And then it is written under Mr. Murphy's or at cartel _ DK's social media account at thugworld _ hashtag ICFN3, then hashtag thugger pendants, and then new word day, exclamation point, July 4th with an exclamation point, live mixtape, at live mixtapes, at Swampizo, at ARCHR event, and then YFROG.com. You see that?
Yeah.
And then there's a couple more I left out, but there's a backslash there. Did you know about this? Did you ever bother to go? And I don't mean that to be rude. Did you ever go? Take out the word bother. Did you ever go when talking about and analyzing State's Exhibit 32W on the bottom to go see what was posted on at cartel DK on the same day?
No, sir.
Okay. I'd like to go to State's Exhibit number 33. Which is already in evidence.
Mr. Steele, before you call for more questions, ladies and gentlemen.
About 15 minutes.
Okay, all right. We're going to recess about 15 minutes. So all rise. All right, Jerry's left us. We'll be in recess 15 minutes. All right, so Newman, do we have everybody back, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, folks, if you would take your seats. Okay, we'll go ahead and summon our jurors, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me give you kind of a roadmap for the rest of the afternoon. We're going to probably go about another hour, and then we will recess. And before we recess for the day, I'll give you all instructions about the next several days, and I'll fill you in on that. Let you ask some other questions of me, okay? All right, so, Mr. Sue?
I believe that we were approaching number 33W, next tweet. Thank you, sir. Okay, and do you remember, Detective, this tweet that you helped to introduce earlier in your testimony?
I do.
All right, and we are talking about September 15, 2012 at cartel_DK, and I were lacking, and then it goes to an Instagram site. Is that fair to say?
It is.
Did you ever go to that Instagram site?
Not in preparation for this, and I haven't seen what this links to, so I don't know if I've ever seen the post or not.
Okay. All right. Do you know if it had anything to do with Jeffrey's music, or you just don't know?
I don't know.
All right. Number 34W. If you can look at that one, if you don't mind. And that has several on the page, but if you go to the very top, if that's okay.
I'm there.
Okay. And you remember this? I'm in love with SM, and we having a baby. Remember that?
I do.
And I think we already discussed this. Is that fair to say?
I believe we did, yes.
And you know that now to be a song, right?
I believe that it is, yes.
It's Against Me. Song Bloody J, Ola Player. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at Mr. Williams, number 66, if you don't mind.
Yes.
And is that, do you see the State's Exhibit number 34W at the top in Mr. Williams, number 66?
I do.
And then do you see also Mr. Williams' Twitter account on the same day, the post right before, which you identify as State's Exhibit number 34 at the top?
I'm sorry, I lost the question.
Okay. Underneath the tweet that you identified, which is now memorialized, the State's Exhibit number 34W, do you see a tweet below that?
I do.
Okay. And that's still on Mr. Williams' Twitter account, fair to say?
Yes.
Same date?
It is.
And do you have any reason to believe that that is not accurate in the Twitter account?
I do not.
I move for the admission of Mr. Williams' number 66 of today's date.
34, please. Thank you. All right, thank you. All right, objections, states, any objections to defendant 66? I'm gonna admit over objection and, maybe publish as you see fit. So William, defendant William 66.
Do you see it, Mr. Williams, number 66 at the top? That's simply the tweet that you were talking about earlier that's now memorialized in State's Exhibit number 34W top. Fair to say?
I do.
And then the tweet immediately before that is same date, correct?
Yes,
Mr. Williams' Twitter account, right?
correct.
And it's Young Thug, I'm gonna say times Bloody J hyphen against me productions or PROD period at Ferrari Smash, colon, and then a YouTube site. Fair to say?
It is.
Okay. And against me, you've already identified, you know that to be a song, right?
Yes.
And in that song, and we could play it, but in that song, it has the words that's then immediately above it, I'm in love with SMM, we having a baby. Do you know that? And if not, that's fine.
I don't know that and I have no reason to dispute it.
All right. Your Honor, I move to admit for purposes of playing just a small section, the song Against Me. To help put in context the tweet, I'm in love with SMM, we having a baby. And mark it's Mr. Williams, number 66A.
All right, any objection to defendant Williams 66A?
Yes, Your Honor, the witness did not say he didn't know the song or that he doesn't believe that the lyrics are in the song. There's no
Yeah,
relevance in playing the song.
I'll sustain the state's objections now.
Okay. All right, let's go back to 34W, if that's okay. But we're going to look at the second tweet when it's available. And I believe it's something we already discussed, but just make sure that that's correct. See the second one, it's April 22, 2012?
Yes, sir.
And does that look familiar with what we already discussed?
It does.
Okay, so I am going to move on. If it's any different, please let me know. Let's look at the third tweet, and that's on State's Exhibit number 34W. You see it's August 27, 2012?
Yes, sir.
All right, and this one is R05 or, you know, instead of a C, I guess, and then crew, but with a K / SMM, they riding for Thugger, hashtag Black, right?
Yes,
And I believe we discussed this one previously. Is that fair to say?
I believe so.
Okay. Let's go to the next one on State's Exhibit 34W, and this will be the bottom. And this says, follow my dog, SMM _ all star, but with a 5, hashtag Black, August 5, 2012, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you aware, did you ever do any follow? Did you ever go to that site? Did you do any contact check?
I didn't understand the question.
Did you go and look when you were asked to talk about that tweet on August 5, 2012? Did you ever go and look to see whether SMM _ all star, but with a 5 pound Black promoted Mr. Williams' music? Do you know that?
I did not go and look at promotion for his music.
All right. Okay, let's go to, if you don't mind, 35W. Do you see State's Exhibit with the date of the tweet, January 31, 2013?
I do.
And I think we discussed this, although I'm not 100% sure. Salute to all my slimes, all my bloods, all the thugs with 3 exclamation points. Did we discuss that already?
You'll forgive me, I don't recall.
Okay, I don't either. I may be wrong. Okay. I'd like you to look at Mr. Williams' number 68. Do you see that?
I do.
And do you see in Mr. Williams' number 68 the same Twitter account of Mr. Williams with 5 different tweets?
Yes, sir.
And are they ranging from the date of January 31, 2013 through February 1, 2013?
Yes.
And do they, do you have any reason to believe that they are not the tweets that surround or the tweet that you have discussed and is now memorialized in State's Exhibit number 35W?
I do not.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams' number 68, dated today.
Your Honor, objection, improper foundation, and the same other objections
Exhibit number 30, defendant Williams, 68 have 6 tweets, 5 tweets,
5, Your Honor.
5. I'll come on up, please.
Yes, Your Honor. For the record, Your Honor, I'm going to withdraw number 68, Mr. Williams, dated today. I'd like to ask you a question about State's Exhibit number 35, if you would. Same one we just had up. Okay. From looking at the Twitter account of Mr. Williams, do you know that he calls his fans slimes, bloods, thugs? Are you familiar with that?
Your Honor, speculation, intent, hearsay.
All right. State's Exhibit number 36, if you take a peek at that.
I have it.
And we discussed this one previously. Do you remember that?
I do.
All right. And this is a part of a song called Band Lil Wayne released. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And he released that in approximately 2009?
I don't recall what year it was released.
Okay. I just want you to take a peek at Mr. Williams' exhibit number 44 when you get a chance.
I have it.
And do you recognize it being the same Twitter account as the tweet in State's Exhibit number 36?
I do.
36W. And is it on the same day, February 5, 2013?
Yes, sir.
And do you have any reason to believe that they're not the tweets that appear on this social media account on February 5, 2013?
I do not.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams, number 44. Dated today.
Your Honor, I believe court reporter has been admitted.
Oh my gosh, you're right. I apologize. All right. You're right. And just for clarity on 44, if we could just show it since it's already been admitted. And these are the other songs or lyrics songs from the artist known as Lil Wayne. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
We discussed that previously, correct?
We did.
Okay. We're going to move on to State's Exhibit number 37. Remember testifying about this?
I do.
And I'd like you to look at Mr. Williams' Exhibit number 69 when you get a chance.
I have it.
And are the items on Mr. Williams' number 69 the same Twitter account that is memorialized as State's Exhibit number 37W?
Yes, it is.
Same date? December 13, 2013?
Yes, it is.
And do you have any reason to believe that that is not true and accurate from the Twitter account?
I do not.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams' number 69 on today's date.
All right, any objection to the kind of 69?
Yes, Your Honor, no objections.
Depending on where the 69 is, we need to order objection.
Detective, if we look at Mr. Williams' number 69 and start at the bottom and go up, if that's okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. And on the very bottom of what's now memorialized as Mr. Williams' number 69 dated today, that is the same date of December 13, 2013 as State's Exhibit 37W. Fair?
It is.
All right. And these are all going to be December 13, 2013, right?
Yes.
All right. And that is, it says features with 2 question marks, contact bookyoungthug@gmail.com, and it gives a phone number. Fair to say?
Yes,
And do you have any reason to believe that does not have to do with booking entertainer Young Thug?
I do not.
The one above it, same date as you already recognized, and it reads, we need to get #stoner on at Billboard, ! Need my fans to keep requesting #stoner on the radio. Okay, I want to ask you questions about that.
Okay.
You recognize #stoner and what that stands for in this time of December 13, 2013?
I do.
Tell the jurors.
He released a song called Stoner around this time.
And were you aware that reached number 47 on the Billboard charts, that song?
Objection and relevance.
I think it's relevant. All right. Are you aware that the song made it onto the Billboard 100?
I am.
All right. And in this one, that's exactly what the tweet seems to say, that the song has to get onto the Billboard and asking for fans to help that, right?
Objective speculation. I can read what it's.
All right. The next one, which is right above it. Do you see what that says?
Yes, sir.
And can you read that for the jurors? And if not, I could read it.
It says #HiTunes on the Winnie.
And is that also concerning music? If you know, and if you don't know, just.
I don't know, but I have no reason to dispute that it does.
All right. And the next one, which is above it. And I'll just read that. How the and F and CK, you gun survive on a pound YSL runway to ! #how full, 2 question marks, right?
Yes.
Okay. And YSL runway, you know what that means?
No, not necessarily.
All right, deals with music. If you don't know, that's fine.
Objection and speculation. No.
All right, the one above it, and that's the one that you targeted with, and when I say target, I don't mean that disrespect to what's in State's Exhibit 37, right?
Yeah, as long as we're clear that I didn't target anything, it is what's in the State's Exhibit 37.
Okay, and that's again, #YSL, Young Slime Life, .. #slap.
Correct.
Okay, go up one more. And this should be the very top of that page of Mr. Williams, number 69. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And this is replying to DJ_fly_sky. You see that?
Yes.
And then it reads, everybody go tell at DJ_fly_guy to keep turning up on that thugger, or THT, thugger on his, and then at Radio Invasion radio station, ! #slat, #YSL, right?
Yes.
Deals with music?
Appears to, yes.
All right.
Along with the gang reference at the end.
Okay, and the gang reference at the end is #YSL.
#slat, #YSL.
That's your interpretation.
I believe that's exactly what it says it means.
Okay. Let's do 38W, which you don't mind.
I have it.
Okay, and this one is January 23rd, 2014. Free my slimes, #DK and # Mondo. All my slimes retreat, right?
Yes.
Okay, and I may have asked you something similar, but are you aware that by this time, Mr. Williams has fans all over the world following him?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Fascinating question.
How many followers did Mr. Williams have at this time on this one account, if you know?
I don't know.
All right, let's go to 39W. And this is Mr. Williams' Twitter account, March 24, 2015, at Haiti Slug. He is slime with a emoji. You see that green emoji, Snake?
I do.
Okay. I'd like you Your Honor, may I approach the court reporter for a second to get an exhibit? Is that okay? Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Sure.
I'm showing you what has been marked as Mr. Williams number 19. Just take a peek at it. Tell me if
You've ever seen that before or know about that event?
Objection on a compound. You guys have ever seen that before?
I'll say the question.
Have you ever seen that before?
No, I have not.
Okay. Do you know about that event?
I do not.
Okay. Do you know in State's Exhibit 39 where this picture is taken?
I do not.
Do you know in number 39 whether this is on a musical tour when it was taken?
I do not.
What do you know about that picture when it was taken?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
What do you know about this picture, if at all, for reference of where it was taken, what was going on?
I think those are two different questions. I don't know where it was taken, nor what was going on other than what's pictured here.
Okay. All right. Let's go to State's Exhibit number 40. Do you remember this?
I do.
Okay. And this is October 19, 2017?
Yes, sir.
And it says, I'll slime my mama out with the same green emoji snake. Is that fair to say?
It is.
All right. I'd like you to look at Ms. Williams number 70. And do you recognize that as being the same Twitter account as Mr. Williams' Twitter account in State's Exhibit number 40W?
I do.
And is it the same date, which it would be on State's Exhibit 40W, October 19, 2017?
Yes.
And is the tweet in State's Exhibit number 40 contained along with 3 additional tweets in the order, as far as you can tell?
There are 4 additional on this page that I have. Unless I'm miscounting something.
No, you're correct. You're correct. I apologize. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. Do you have any reason to believe they're not true and correct and accurate?
I do not.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams number 70 dated today.
All right, any objection to the defendant Williams 70?
Same objection, Your Honor.
So no, so I'm gonna make a vote of state's objection. I'm going to 70 the policy use.
And if we could start on the left-hand side of that, and I thank you so much for telling me there were 5 additional. You see that the same date on the very top, October 17, 2017, as the same date in State's Exhibit number 40W as in Mr. Williams number 70?
Yes, sir. I'm not trying to be funny. I think it's October 19th, 2017.
I apologize, and thank you. And it says 12 tonight. You see that?
I do.
And this, you know, or do you know, is a it's a mixtape called Super Slimy that Mr. Williams made with the rapper Future. Are you aware of that?
I am.
Okay. And then if we go to the right-hand side of Mr. Williams number 70, and we can just start at the bottom, if that's okay. That's the most bottom, that's the tweet that we discussed, and you helped us on State's Exhibit number 40W. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
All right, and then right above it, same date, it was tweeted RIP, which I'm going to say rest in peace, but whatever it says RIP Troop, Super Slimy, Instagram.com. You see all that?
I do.
Okay. And Super Slimy is the name of the mixtape, fair to say?
Yes.
All right. The next one up on the same date, October 19th, 2017, Midnight Super Slimy, and then goes to Instagram as well, right?
Yes.
The next one, which is at the top, same date, October 19th, 2017. You see that?
I do.
I'm Super Slimy. I'm not going to say, but F_CK around and slime out Future with 3 green snake emojis. You see that?
I do.
And Future, to be the rapper who collaborated on this mixtape, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever go to, or do you know that these Instagram postings are songs from this mixtape?
I didn't follow these links, but I have no reason to dispute that they are.
Okay. Let's go to State's Exhibit number 41W.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Steele. To the extent that you're asking for context of these, I do have additional context that may be helpful as far as these particular tweets.
Okay.
So the tweet on the left-hand side, so we pull that back up. So this particular image was of note to myself and other gang investigators, particularly during this time period. Their rival gang, ABG, has a hawk logo that they use on their own clothing and identifiers. As you can see on the cover of this, there's a hawk skull with a snake, the symbol for YSL, climbing through the eyes of this skull of a hawk.
Is that anything else?
I believe that's all.
Okay. Okay. And that was a release album or mixtape, right? That's the cover.
Yes, sir.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 41W.
I have it.
And you recognize it, the November 2, 2017 is not long after the Mr. Williams number 70 we just discussed, October 19, 2017. Fair to say?
It is.
And it says, love me a B_CH, that gang bang. You got that?
Yes.
And then it says hashtag Super Slimy.
It does.
And that's the name of the mixtape that we just talked about?
That's correct.
And then MFer, right?
Right.
And then you realize that love me B_CH, that gang bang is a lyric from a song?
I don't know that, but I have no reason to dispute it.
I'd like you to look at Mr. Williams number 71 dated today.
I have it.
Is that?
Yes, sir.
And you see it gives tweets on November 1, November 2, and then a November 1 and November 2, I believe. If I'm wrong, yes, I think I'm right.
I believe you're correct.
Okay. And there are 4, maybe 5, I don't know how you count that, but maybe 5 tweets on this page, fair to say?
I'm counting 4.
Okay. And do you have any reason to believe that these are not the tweets around the tweet that we just discussed in State's Exhibit number 41W?
I do not.
And do they appear to be accurate and complete?
To the extent that I would know that, yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams, number 7-1.
Please approach.
Just that we say, waning for the day. Can I get you on step back in your headquarters to your probation room for just a second, and then I'll call you back out. Okay, I'm still gonna hold to what I told you earlier, okay? All right, thank you. But don't get too comfortable in there, all right? All right. Okay, all rise. Hold on. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. Detective, we'll call you in just a minute, okay? Joe, if you call Cleveland, have him come over and take a look. Okay, since I've had to excuse our jury's left us, and so is Detective Belknap. I'm considering at this point in time, State's Exhibit 41 whiskey, which is contained within State's, I should say, Defendant Williams 71. You know, when I was at the bench trying to have a conversation with my tech guide, it appears that from the courts looking at this particular defendant 71, the State's 41 references a tweet on the 2nd of November. And I was asking Mr. Steele about the 3 tweets, and the card at the bottom is being produced on November 1st. So I didn't complete that conversation. So Mr. Steele, if you want to go ahead and do so at this time.
Your Honor, the date is of State's Exhibit 41W is November 2, 2017. The tweets before that on November 1, 2017, all have the corresponding section for Super Slimy, which is the mixtape, and that the state pulled out the hashtag Super Slimy MFER, and above it, love me a BI blank, CH that gangbang. And if you put it in context, what Mr. Williams or whomever is tweeting is promoting the Super Slimy mixtape. That every one of these tweets have the hashtag Super Slimy. And then at the bottom one, it is referencing the upcoming event or concert at ComplexCon. That's why I believe that they put it in context. The state put something out of context. They put in the pound Super Slimy, which they defined as a person who deceives someone else and can't be trusted. And this puts in perspective that Mr. Williams is, or whomever is doing this Twitter account, is promoting the album with Future. The mixtape with Future.
I'll ask the state to respond, because the original tweet from 41 Whiskey that's up here says, you know, love me a B, that gangbang. So what do the other 3, what did the state put that in for? Purpose of?
Your Honor,
While this exhibit was admitted, Your Honor, this first and foremost, this exhibit was never published to the jury. We actually did not publish it to the jury. We did admit it as a part of a pack, but it wasn't published. This.
Okay, where does it go? What are you telling me it goes to, though? So I can decide whether or not I need to admit the rest of it.
It goes to gangbanging. So That's why we initially had the tweet. Go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead. I'm going to let you finish.
The tweets on November 1st, the 3 separate tweets on November 1st, Your Honor, are separate and distinct statements. And the rule of completeness does not apply to separate and distinct statements. And that's Wilkie v. State, which is 368 Georgia at 238. These 3 tweets do not complete the thoughts of the love me a bitch that gangbang.
Okay. Are you saying that you introduced that particular tweet to prove some other issue? There's been some testimony about the way that one can get into a gang, sexed in. What is it? I'm asking you, what does it refer to? How is it going to help me as a gatekeeper and then the jury?
That's why we didn't publish it.
I get right. Hey, it's an adult forum, okay? So I understand that, but tell me why you introduced it to begin with, because that'll help me determine whether or not the other 3 tweets have any context.
Your Honor, the state's initial reason for bringing in this tweet is to talk specifically about the fact that about the gang. And whether or not he loves a girl who gangbangs, knowledge of a gang or knowledge of the gang. So that is the initial reason for that particular tweet. If there was a response tweet to this, if he reposted this and said, psych, no, I don't, then that would come in. Not these other 3 tweets just because it says hashtag super slimy. That does not put this tweet into context. Only if he would have responded to that tweet on November 2nd, 2017, would that be in context. The 3 from the other 3 days do not put this tweet in context. Additionally, Your Honor, if he wants to talk about super slimy, the fifth number 70 talks about super slimy, which is already in. If he wants to say that this tweet was about the album, then he already has all of the tweets on Defense Exhibit number 70 that talks about being slimy. But the 3 separate tweets on November 1st, one being a concert, it looks like maybe he was going to a concert or maybe he was performing at a concert, has nothing to do, does not clarify, put in context the tweet from November 2nd, 2017. If there was a response to this, then that would be different. But 3 tweets from the day before puts nothing in context about what he says on November 2nd.
All right, sir.
Or if he said, love me a bitch that gangbang, meet me at the concert, and we didn't put that part of the tweet in there, then that would be completing that thought. But those 3 tweets have nothing to do with the tweet as posted on November 2nd.
Mr. Steele, before I respond, go ahead.
Your Honor, there is no sexing into a gang that this detective testified to with YSL.
No, he testified that about how one gets into a gang initiated. There's one of several ways.
But that's
so. I was trying to get why this particular statement was introduced by the state so that I could judge whether or not it needs to be completed by something. But
it says hashtag super slimy.
Okay, but
all the other tweets around this say hashtag super slimy.
But just because it has that hashtag, that doesn't give context.
It does when it's a mixtape.
But it doesn't say it's a mixtape. It just says it's gangbanging, whatever. So I'm going to agree with the state on this one. The other 3 tweets that are listed on Defense Exhibit number 71 to include the play card, I'm not going to admit those for that reason.
In Mr. Williams, number 70, it was established that Super Slimy is the mixtape.
Yeah, but that doesn't give context to the tweet the state's trying to respond to, or asking you to respond to, so I'm still not going to allow it in. Anything further?
No, sir.
Okay, let's bring our jury back in, please. And we're going to go about another 10 minutes, and then we'll stop for the day. All right. Just a second. Can we get one of our deputy sheriffs, please? Deputy Ham, can you summon our jurors for us, please? Thank you, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue. Mr. Steele, go right ahead, sir.
Okay. Based upon the court's ruling, we will move on to State's Exhibit number 42.
All right, sir.
For 42W. Do you remember this, detective, this tweet that is in evidence as State's Exhibit number 42W?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to go through it. This is May 12, 2018, fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And it says YSL Gang,
It does.
Jonesboro South Gang,
Yes.
Believeland Gang,
It does.
Rock Gang,
Yes.
Free Band Gang,
Yes.
21 Gang for life, ... no matter what, exclamation. Fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And this is this tweet that you introduced, or helped introduce, that was given to you by the state, right?
That's correct.
All right. I want to focus first on the Free Band Gang. You see that one, second to the bottom of that tweet on State's Exhibit 42?
I do.
And you know that to be, what is Free Band?
I'm sorry.
What is Free Band?
What is Free Band?
Yes.
This is a record label.
Okay. Do you know who it belongs to?
I don't know who owns the label now.
All right. Well, let's talk about it. And I'd like to also go back to Mr. Williams' number 70, if that's okay, and put that on the screen. It's already in evidence. And we'll talk about the one on the left-hand side. I'm just waiting for the screen.
Sure.
And if you could blow up without distorting it, Mr. Kokomo. Now, Detective, to be fair to you, you stated that this is the cover of the mixed tape, but it drew your attention. Fair to say?
Yes.
And you see the green, there might be other colors, but basically green snake in that cover, mixtape cover?
I do.
And then you see the bird, right?
Yes.
And show the ladies and gentlemen jury, if you can, just the outline of the snake and the bird with the pointer, if you don't mind.
the outline of it.
Yeah, just point to the snake first, just go in order. And then show the outline or where the bird is. Okay, now, that is, you already testified, you were knowledgeable that Super Slimy mixtape is Jeffrey Williams' work, Future's work. I'm not telling other people, but those two people, those two artists work together to produce that album or that mixtape. Fair to say?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Now, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about Future's symbol for his free band record label.
Objection relevant to human fact on evidence.
I stand the objection.
Did you know when you testified this bird, did you know that Future's record label free band symbol is the eagle?
I have seen their logo and it is not this.
I'm going to show you some photographs, okay?
Sure.
Okay, let's come to the stage first. In my you have to show this thing. It's fine. The Wi-Fi signal on the screen. It should be now, plus it's also. Yeah. I'll take it. Okay. We shouldn't be here much longer. Okay. Look at what I will mark as Mr. Williams dated today, number 7/7.
Yeah, I did.
And is that true and accurate depiction of what you believe is Free Band's logo?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams, number 7/7 dated today.
7 what, I'm sorry?
77. It is not, it's new, Your Honor.
It's not what?
It's not in the package.
Can I see it?
Yeah, of course.
State, have you seen it?
Yes, they just showed it to Sharon.
All right.
Okay, thank you. All right, any objection to defendant Williams 77?
Not for Sharon.
All right, defendant Williams 77 is admitted, may be published as you see fit.
Okay, on the screen in front of the jurors, you recognize that as Future's record label, fair to say? Yes. And that's free bands, similar to in State's Exhibit number 42W, free bands gang, right?
Correct.
And in the center of that, I'm calling it an emblem, but looks like a depiction of an eagle to me. If that's wrong, just correct me.
Yes, it does.
Okay. And it has the stars at the top, 5 stars. You see that?
It does.
And then in the center as well, right?
Yes.
Now, when you make the statement that the album cover of Super Slimy is not the eagle in free bands, tell the ladies and gentlemen jury who you spoke with about the artwork for that mixtape cover.
Well, I didn't speak with anybody about the artwork for the mixtape cover, and my statement was that this picture is not that picture.
And did you ever talk with anyone with the record label Free Bands to ask about whether their logo was depicted on the cover of Super Slimy mixtape?
I did not.
And when you state that the eagle is not represented whatsoever on the Super Slimy mixtape cover, besides your opinion, what document can you share with the jury to show that that artwork is not representative of free bands?
So what I observed and what I believe the jury will also be seeing in the future is that it wasn't only this image. There's the response images from the rival gang where they would post pictures of an eagle with a snake in its claws. So we saw this back and forth of the same imagery. And in this case, the snake is crawling through the skull of a dead bird, which is not indicative of the same, what we're seeing here in the logo for free bands.
You agree that that's an eagle on the cover of Super Slimy with the snake?
I don't know that that's an eagle's skull or not compared to some other bird.
You just don't know, do you?
I wouldn't say that. It is clearly a dead bird's skull.
Master, do you know if it's an eagle?
I don't know if it's an eagle or a hawk or some other bird.
Is it hard to find out who did the artwork on Super Slimy mix tape?
I mean, define hard.
I'm asking.
I don't understand the question.
Well, did you do anything to find out whether that eagle represents the performer known as Future and his record label? Did you do anything?
When we discussed this in terms of the context, I provided the context of what I and other investigators observed at this time. And given what was going on the street outside of just these suites and this music, was that we're almost 3 years into a gang war between those two rival gangs. And as I've stated, seeing similar artwork in reverse with a dead snake and the claws of an eagle, I think it provides additional context to this image that's on the front of this mixtape.
Okay. Let's look at Mr. Williams' number 7-2.
Okay, before we move on to that, Mr. Chair, I think it's after 5 at this point in time. I want to keep my promise to the jury so at this point in time. So I'm going to just ask you to respectfully put a stop and pause right there, okay?
Yes.
All right. Detective, can I ask you to step outside for just 1 second and then I'll go ahead and call you back in?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, just want to discuss a couple of things with you in terms of scheduling. You know that we're off tomorrow. There are a couple of you that have other things, and to include our counsel, so we're not going to be in session tomorrow. It has been brought to my attention, and unfortunately, I'll say this in the context of, I said this before, life happens and you practice your vocation that you practice. So we cannot tell when people are going to transition or people will get sick or things are going to happen. So we have to kind of be flexible and kind of schedule and move around those particular things. So I understand one of your members has had a transitional event happen, and so I'm going to ask for your assistance, and we're just going to take Monday. Okay, so you will be on pause for that reason on Monday, this coming Monday. That would be 12 February. Okay, we'll start back up on 13 February at 9 o'clock. That's what time you'll report for, all right? That's the reason why. I'm not going to hide anything, but it's just, this has just come up, so I'm going to make an executive decision and go ahead and do that, all right? Okay, any ministerial inquiry, ladies and gentlemen?
I have a question.
All right, I may have an answer, we'll see.
Is there any way that we can have the media not print or document like our schedule, like to put it out? This is becoming an issue with some of our guys.
Okay. Is our juror has asked if there's any way that we can not publish our schedule for reasons that I think several employers have been giving our jurors a difficult time. That's what the question was. Is that your question, ma'am? Okay. To that extent, ma'am, I try and kind of be as forthright as I can about our schedule, because I'm not trying to hide it off from anybody. If you are having issues, tell me your individual employer. We can do that offline. I will place a phone call to them and indicate that you are still on service, because we were actually going to work on Monday. So, but because of this particular situation that's occurred, I'm going to not require you all to be here. So if any of you individuals are having these issues when we take administrative days, let me know and I'll call, because you're not subject to going into work. Okay? They can decide whether or not they want to give you remuneration for that particular day. That's certainly fair under the circumstances, because of maybe the policies that you all have. Individual employers may seek to do so. But if that becomes a problem, just let me know and I'll call, because you can't tell when it's going to happen. And if somebody's thinking, well, I'm going to go ahead and just have you come in to work that day. Well, no, that's the reason why, because you all need to have these days to take care of your personal things and things at life events. So other life events. So even though it may be one reason for another, other people may need to do other things on that day. So if you have a problem, let me know, okay? All right. Any other ministerial inquiry? No, I really wasn't. I was just trying to be kind to you. That was all. But what is it? Do you want to ask me?
Being kind is don't we love seeing you and everyone in the courtroom? Is there a way that they should check on our compensation as our civic duty?
You know, we have this little incident, and that's kind of, I can't tell you how, if and how that may affect your circumstance, but we are working on that. And I will ask Ms. Omana to kind of to check on that again. She's been very diligent and hawkish in terms of trying to get that situation resolved. But understand this, we are working to make sure that you get the handsome remuneration that you rightly are owed. Okay.
Sounds good.
All right. Well, I'll inquire about it, and if there's anything I can report back to you, I will go ahead and do that. But I think you all have received some remuneration already. Is that correct? Okay, some, not all. That's right. Okay. And but for this incident, we were going to roll out another system. So, but that's a story for another day, okay?
It was greatly appreciated. Thank you so
All
much.
right, well, we can take care of that. Yes, yes, sir. Anybody else? Okay, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, let me go through your customary admonitions to you. Please don't discuss the matter amongst yourselves. Please don't discuss this with your friends and neighbors. If there are any third parties, don't do extra research. If somebody, of course, don't approach you about this particular circumstance and try to inquire about it or befriend you, try to befriend you on social media, or anything such as like, please let myself or Sergeant Ingram know immediately. Do not look at, view, or otherwise have it viewed in your presence any media or other third-party recounts of this particular trial or anything that people may postulate on it. As of course I told you before, I'll continue to tell you that anything that's outside this courtroom cannot be considered by you as evidence. The only evidence you can be probably considered when I tell you to do so is the evidence presented in the four walls of this courtroom, okay? And then, is it okay for you all to discuss or recap now you've heard some, some testimony in this case? No. I know, and that's the right answer until such time as the entirety of the case has been presented to you, and then I instruct you on the deliberative process. All right. And lastly, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to thank you again for your patience and the patience that you'll continue to give us. And is there any other inquiry at this point in time? Okay, what time are you supposed to report on Tuesday the 13th? What? Who said what? 9 o'clock. It's 9 o'clock. Okay, 9 o'clock. All right, I got it at 8:45. All right, okay. 9 o'clock, be here, and then we'll start when I account for everybody, okay? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience, and unless you have anything else with me, then we'll see you on Tuesday morning, okay? Okay, all right. All rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. Investigator Belknap. Sir, I'm just gonna tell you, we will not be back in session. Your testimony will be needed until Tuesday morning, the 13th of February. Does that pose you any problem?
None more of, sir.
Okay, so we will see you on Tuesday, the 13th, for 9 o'clock. And again, please don't discuss on anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so councils, for you all, tomorrow will be an administrative day. However, on Monday, the 12th of February, we will have a work day. Your clients will be here. At that point in time, I would like to take up any issues that we have outstanding in terms of There are a few motions in limine that I can take up on that day. Starting with I have several of Mr. Steele's motions. Motion number 38, 39, 40, 40, 40, 42, 41, 42, 43, and there's this motion for notes and recordings from Mr. Derek Wise, and a motion for production of visitation at the Fulton County Jail of Trontavia Stevens. So at a minimum, we could exhaust some of those on that day, and that's what my pleasure is for that day. Also, so first, will the state and the defendant, Mr. Steele, Mr. Steele, will you be ready to argue those motions?
Yes, sir.
State, will you be able to respond to those motions from Mr. Williams, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, and then there's two other motions here that I have. That's the motion for the visitation records and the motion to redact Mr. Winfrey's testimony.
We will be able and ready to respond.
Okay, excellent.
Monday.
Okay, all right, so we'll take up those. We'll start, if you all could be here for 9 o'clock, we can go ahead and take up and exhaust as much as we can. Okay, I have two other matters I'd like to take up at this point in time. If you could, folks, have Mr. Uhalski, Fulton State, print out the final order for the motion for the limitation on recording, so I may sign and enter it. Because I don't have, my right-hand person, Mr. Kearns, is not feeling well today, so that's why he's not here. So if you could do that for me, that would be great. So I can enter it. And then the other thing is a motion that was just filed, Mr. Williams. I'm in receipt of the motion to withdraw at this point, and I'll need to set it for a hearing. My question of you is, will you need to subpoena, or will some of these, since it references payment again, I can give you some time to subpoena those particular individuals, because I think I would need to have that as part of my decision making in this case. Okay, all right. I tell you what then. Mr. Williams, I'll set it for Friday, the 16th of February at 9 o'clock. That should give you enough time to serve a subpoena? Okay? All right. Okay, anything else ministerial nature for me?
Your Honor, just one additional matter. On Tuesday, the 13th, two of the severed co-defendants in this case have a bond hearing in front of Judge Dempsey at 9:30. You just want to let the court be aware, either some or one of us will handle that matter, but just to let you know that Judge Dempsey has scheduled that bond hearing for 9:30 on.
Is this in is this in the severed case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you just putting it on my radar so that one of you will be here though?
Yes.
Because y'all have like 1,100 lawyers, so, okay, all right.
We all need that same support like the other side.
Okay, all right, well, okay, and I appreciate you telling me that, but no, that won't affect us, and, yeah. It's a hope not. Okay, all right. Okay, anything else, folks? Anybody? All right, so, Monday we'll cover, is there anything else for Monday we need to cover? Or you can think of at this point in time, councils?
No, do you want Mr. Uhowski to bring the order tonight or to bring it,
If he could bring it, now so I can sign it.
Okay.
So it can be entered. All right.
he's pressing it now.
Okay, all right. Okay, anything else, in terms of anybody else, in terms of any inquiry or questions or comments? Any defense counsel?
We're gonna have one ministerial that I'll approach on.
Okay, all right. Anything else for the good order? All right, well, listen, folks, I'll see you then, on Monday. Your clients will be here as well. We'll start up for 9 o'clock, and, we'll take care of the business that the court's laid out thus far, okay? All right. All right, unless there's anything else, we're in recess. All right, thank you much. Yes.